No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tobago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO, and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapogo, relax. We will get it to you. Tapogo's at your service.
There are some new developments in housing in Tobago, so it's goat racing time. This is 116, the show that keeps you in the know with all things Tobago House of Assembly. Each week, 116 delivers a fun and engaging overview of the latest developments, achievements, activities, and events of our dynamic assembly. So join me. Let's dive into the Tobago House of Assembly's Week in Review right here on 116.
Cathedral Credit Union is celebrating big. Get up to $81,000 at just 0.8% interest with our anniversary loan. And because Christmas is in the air, we're spreading cheer with up to $60,000 at only 1%. Visit cathedralcutt.com or call 235-6947 today. Cathedral Credit Union. Member owned, member focused.
Welcome back to Channel 5. Tonight you are viewing Election Night in Tobago, and we're now joined by Mr. Huey Cadet. As the information comes to hand, as our data comes to hand, we're going to go straight and ask you, what's the mood like in the camp tonight in PNM?
Well, I think we are, just like everyone else, we are hopeful. We are watching the numbers coming, and we are trusting that the campaign that we run, that the candidates that we prefer, that it would have resonated, and persons would have felt that they could take Tobago forward for the next 4 years. So we are hopeful that we will see some positive results coming out here for the course of the night.
And Shane, and we could tell from his body language that's pretty positive, indeed.
We could tell he's nervous.
At the end of the day, elections are one an election night, so you know.
But you know, Huey, you all have a very important tradition.
Which one of those?
The one that at 2 o'clock we check in to see whether you all have pull out the champagne. And I checked to see if at 2 o'clock you all pull out the champagne, but the champagne wasn't out yet.
No.
So that maybe a rudimentary way to gauge.
You were waiting on the ice. No, but seriously, I think we recognize that the circumstances of this election very close one in terms of the low turnout, and therefore it would have required all of us who have different places in the space, analysts like yourself, commentators, have to take a good look at why is the turnout so low, what does this say? And the turnout has been extremely low, and I guess as the night goes on, we give an idea how the people of Tobago have spoken in total, but of course in the individual.
No, you make a good point. If it's low, and it's low across the board, and the final numbers show when compared to the general election results, if it goes any lower than that, then I think both sides needs to sit down and do some serious introspection as to the whys and the hows and the whats, as well as whatever the final result from those low numbers are, because low numbers can mean very good or very bad. Right?
Right, and speaking about those numbers, numbers are still coming in, and reminding you that you can view those numbers on the screen as they come to hand. And Mr. Cadet, tell us then, I mean, as we said, it's early yet, but it looks as if the PNM is picking up some speed in certain areas.
Yes.
What do you think has, maybe been accounted for that, or is accounted for that?
I think the population in general, there's widespread disappointment with the current administration and how they've managed the Assembly and Tobago over the last 4 years, especially because they came in with a wave of enthusiasm that they would have fixed this and fixed that. So I think there is widespread disappointment. I think to use something Donna Haddad said, is that this administration appears to not understand what was required, at least the PNM did. So I think people have said, listen, maybe the people have said that, listen, there are some things, the candidates, some of our message, the platforms that we put out there, I think has resonated to a large extent. This is now to see how that translates into actual votes. But I think we have seen some positive, nice energy that I think will read on into some level in the ballot box. How much, I think, is what we all hoping on our side that it will give us the victory ultimately, and I'm sure they on that side is hoping that, well, maybe they can still, as incumbent, sneak the win. But I think we are very positive that we have gained some ground, and we're hoping that will continue over the night to allow us to take back the Assembly and get Tobago back on track.
And what was that theme again? Let's put Tobago first again.
Let's put Tobago first.
Right.
Again.
In your campaign trail, the theme was 7,000 additional jobs.
7,000 additional jobs.
CPEP, the threat that the TPP will align with the national policy, to remove CPEP here in Tobago. Do you think that was sincere concerns, or was it really an attempt to create fear?
Well, I think it was a reminder of the persons clearly what has happened at the national level, because in some of the very early moves from the UNC central government, they went in there and in attempting, I guess, to restructure a program, they had some concerns with, they would have sent home thousands of persons in CPEP, in reforestation, in URP. So I think it's a general concern that is a possibility that this may happen, and therefore we had a responsibility to put that to the electorate to say, listen, this is a possibility that this could happen in Tobago too after the election, and therefore it's something that you have to consider, like many other issues, as you vote.
Yes.
Right? Because at the end of the day, it is about yourself. Your self-interest is why you vote, and therefore you could be out of a job the day after the election because of a national policy.
Yes, and of course, I guess that's a strategy of the PNM to align anybody opposed to the party with each other, right? So the UNC, was that a strategy again?
Well, I think it's more that we have been able to say that, listen, the UNC has demonstrated over the years that they may not always have the best interests of Tobago in heart. I mean, there have been statements from members of the UNC that say in the Tobago, the THA gets more, is so small, they're getting more money than a regional corporation, not understanding the dynamics of Tobago and being separated by water, and therefore what is required for development to take place in Tobago and the small private sector, and therefore the need for, as happens in many other small island developing states, for government to play a larger role. So we have always said, listen, these are the policies of the PNM, and this is how the PNM has, over the past 20 years, worked in the interest of the people of Tobago. This is how we have developed in every sector: tourism, sport, housing. And we are saying that a UNC central government, these are the kinds of missteps, the kinds of things they have done, and that you must keep that firmly in mind if you choose to support a party that is aligned with a UNC central government.
But let me ask you this, with regard to, I hear you, and I mean, it's the truth, right? You've said that there are members within the UNC that have said certain things about Tobago. But isn't that an underestimation of the intention and the historical background and the historical alignment and connection that the Prime Minister has had over the years with Tobago? Because at the end of the day, Tom, Dick, and Harry could say whatever they wish within the UNC about Tobago, but the last person that has the final decision on Tobago is the head of the government. And I mean, even when she was in power the last time, in the years when the UNC was in power as well, under Mr. Pandey, and then after under Mrs. Pasabi-Sasa, now again, there has been historically a strong alignment. I mean, of course, there were fallouts. Let's not, let's not forget that. But especially when it came to the trajectory and the history of performance as it pertains to the current Prime Minister, there's been no break in her steadfastness towards what she wished for Tobago, notwithstanding the utterances within the party.
But before, Mr. Kadat, before you respond to Dr. Mohammed, Channel 5 would like to now make its first prediction, its projection, yes, for tonight, and we're going now with that result next. Channel 5's first projection for the THA election 2026 is for Mason Hall, South Bagatelle. The projection is that Natisha Charles Panton will be or is the winner of Mason Hall, South Bagatelle for the TPP. Your first comments on that?
Expected.
Expected.
Very much expected.
Yeah.
There was no doubt going into the election that there were questions about this particular seat based on the 21 results and then the 25 general election results. This was expected. So no surprise here. I just looked to see what the final count looks like, but this is not something that's surprising. Yeah.
Well, I think the margin in the general election when disaggregated was close, and I think
200.
Yeah, it was a lot. Well, not I think it was
198.
Yeah, 198. Yes, yeah, and therefore I think the opportunity with the right work in different polling divisions might have given the opportunity to turn the seat over. But I think those are those things you'll examine on the day after.
But she's one, when you look at Natisha Charles Panton, she's probably one of the most popular secretaries. And when you talk to people on the ground in Tobago and you say her name, there's a lot of good things people say about her level of proactiveness, her passion for agriculture, what she's been able to achieve in agriculture in the 4 years. So I think that one of the things that put her at the forefront, even with the 198 separation in 25, is that she is not just a good representative, she's a competent secretary.
Yes.
You know?
And in fact, the TPP, she went up uncontested for the selection for the seat, right? So, Mr. Cadet, just guide us and tell us, what other constituencies are you looking at closely tonight?
I would prefer not to say anything. I think we're watching the numbers as they come in, but I think...
I feel frightened, No.
I think coming out of the general election, we know that there were about 5 electoral districts that...
So you're doing this, Mohammed?
Well, I mean, the numbers, all of us were in class together, the lecturer presented the information to all of us. That's how we examined it.
Yes.
So, I mean, when you looked at you disaggregated the numbers, there were about 5 seats that we had a lead in.
Yes.
All right.
Very much so.
And then there were a number of seats that, even though we may not have won,
yes, it was very
quote
close.
unquote, that the margin was so close that gave us the opportunity to say if the right candidate, the right strategy, that it probably could if you want to use the American term, flip the seat.
Agreed.
Yes,
Yeah.
All right. So I think I think Mr. Miller is one of a candidate and a person who has contributed a lot to the community. And I think he gave a very good shot at trying to be the next representative. And it's, I guess what we see now is congratulations with the projections, right? Congratulations to Natisha. Of course, we know where Natisha roots began. so who knows?
Take ownership.
Right.
That's wise.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, we'll take a quick break now and come back. And we'll be joined by another guest here this evening, here on Tobago Channel 5. It'll be Leroy George. I'm told Leroy George, he'll be coming to join us next, right here on Tobago Channel 5. It's election night in Tobago coverage.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash in transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
There are some new developments in housing in Tobago, so it's goat racing time. This is 116, the show that keeps you in the know with all things Tobago House of Assembly. Each week, 116 delivers a fun and engaging overview of the latest developments, achievements, activities, and events of our dynamic assembly. So join me. Let's dive into the Tobago House of Assembly's Week in Review right here on 116.
Cathedral Credit Union is celebrating big. Get up to $81,000 at just 0.8% interest with our anniversary loan. And because Christmas is in the air, we're spreading cheer with up to $60,000 at only 1%. Visit cathedralcutt.com or call 235-6947 today. Cathedral Credit Union. Member owned, member focused.
Need furniture and appliances for your home at affordable prices? It's time to visit JG's Furniture and Appliances Limited at their showroom at Smithfield No. 2 in Scarborough. There's more room to shop, more furniture and appliances, more brands to choose from, all at the same affordable price. Get everything you need to furnish your home, like stoves, fridges, washing machines, couches, dining sets. They even have swing chairs, school desks, chase lounges, sports sets, garden benches, day beds, and coffee tables. JG's is perfect for gift ideas for new and established homeowners. A wide variety of furniture and appliances. After 35 years, JG's is still Tobago's top choice for furniture and appliances. Visit their showrooms either at Orange Hill Road or Smithfield No. 2. JG's, make your dream home come true.
Welcome back to Tobago Channel 5 here for our coverage of election night in Tobago, and we're now joined on set by Leroy George. And Leroy, what's your portfolio tonight? We should say a gentleman who has crossed the floor and is in the camp of the People's National Movement.
Right. Supporter of the People's National Movement.
Or supporter or full-fledged?
I'm not a member of the People's National Movement just about yet, but definitely supporting the People's National Movement in this particular campaign.
It doesn't look favorable now for you to say whether you are fully a member?
Well, I am very optimistic that I'll become fully a member soon and very soon.
All right. So far, Mr. George, share what your thoughts on the figures coming in so far.
Well, actually, I was on my way here, so the only thing I'm keenly aware of is that we have a lower than average voter turnout, which is not something I am too surprised about. What I'm considering, I know a lot of analysts said that if we had a lower voter turnout, that would be probably favor the TPP. However, and if we had a higher one, it would probably favor the PNM. However, I was not one of those persons who would have shared that strict idea of what it is in front of us. I could see quite a few possibilities whereby you could have a low voter turnout and have PNM win, or you could have a high voter turnout and have DPP win. So I'm looking to see what the first numbers are before I even start to analyze in any in-depth way.
But maybe we could ask then, what is the lower voter turnout? What is that telling us, or what is Tobago telling us tonight? Having such a low turnout, Mr. Cadet?
I think a lot of the neutrals, people who sit on the fence, may not have been clearly not satisfied with the performance of the current administration. They may have looked at the PNM, who would have served, governed for a significant period of time, and maybe still have second thoughts of the PNM is ready to return to office. And I feel there's generally a sense of frustration with the political process. I think people find that you're hearing the same thing from everybody. Everybody says, the picong, talk, the old talk, blah, 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 blah. And in the meantime, I still having challenges making ends meet, right? Still have this. So I think there's a sense of frustration among a large percentage of the electorate, and I think when the opportunity has presented itself between these two major contenders, I think people may be uncertain who really can do a better job. I think more people might be the way to put it.
I mean, we don't want to discount, the smaller parties, Leroy, being an independent at one time, In fact, you still haven't told us if you're fully 100% a member of the People's National Movement, but what's the role that you think the smaller parties have in terms of its contribution to the electoral process?
Well, almost every THA election I've ever paid attention to that I could remember, somebody's going to win or lose a seat by a couple of votes, 5 or so votes. And so I think the role that the IDA plays in this particular election will be very pivotal in determining who is going to win. It's just a matter of trying to calculate whether or not those votes are going to come out of what would have been in the PNM camp or out of the TPP camp or from a completely neutral perspective. And I must say it is very, very difficult to figure out the answer to that question, because when you look at quote-unquote anti-PNM persons do not vote for PNM under no circumstances. So you would assume that the coming out of the PNM camp, but when you look at the actual candidates that you'd see the IDA fielding, you're seeing quite a few persons that came out of the quote-unquote anti-PNM camp. And so there's enough reason on both sides. I think evenly the idea would be taken from both sides, and it's going to have an effect, a noteworthy effect on the results that we're going to be seeing tonight.
What do you think motivated the young voter to come out to vote at all, if they did?
In my electoral district, I felt as though when I went to vote, I was the 275th person in the 260 list to go out and vote. I actually voted immediately after 6 o'clock. I was on the compound minutes to 6. And I saw more young people than I saw older persons. I was surprised about that. But my electoral district is Bethel New Grange. And of course, there was that unfortunate incident where there was a bit of a back and forth between the chief secretary and the candidate, Mr. Big Dog from Bethel New Grange, and it really motivated a lot of young people to come out and speak out about how they feel when they make steps to represent and to be, to just be more a part of what is going on out here. They feel as though the older persons are stepping down on them, looking down on them, etc. And I think they would have wanted to come out. A lot of them would have wanted to come out to show that we have a voice and we have the ability to fling our voice in one direction or the other and to make major changes as the day goes.
So, Mr. Cadet, before you leave us tonight, we want to ask, do you think, what are the lessons that the People's National Movement has learned over the last few elections, especially the general?
Well, I think we recognize that, as before, that sometimes national issues, how significant they can impact on politics in Tobago. And I think we recognize that there's a need for us to manage some of the issues internal issues within the party. But more importantly, I think there's also a need for us to get back to what was the fundamentals that made us so successful for those 20 years, which is reconnecting with the people, ensuring that because politics are large, it's about people, and therefore getting back on the ground, ensuring that at all levels within the party we are as connected with the people as possible, ensuring that so that we went recognizing also, so lastly, that what are the issues that you need to campaign, because you can run a whole campaign, and if you're not focused on the issues that matter to the electorate, whether those bread and butter issues, you're going to miss the mark. And I think those are the lessons that we need to focus on the issues that matter to the electorate. We need to manage those issues within our party and heal those divisions, and of course, get back on the ground and working and rebuilding our relationships with people across the island.
So in terms of, just to come back to Buku, before you leave us, Buku and Mount Pleasant, Mount Pleasant, yes. So those numbers again are looking favorable for the People's National Movement. So do you think it's disenchantment towards the TPP, or is it because you have reconnected?
Well, I think over the years, Buku Mount Pleasant has always been one of the cities, even in challenging years for us, was one of the areas that people held steadfastly with the PNM. And we think in a number of areas over the course of the night, we would recognize, as you look at the polling divisions, we would see where in areas where persons have decided, listen, we are going back to holding fast with the People's National Movement, despite whatever challenges or external issues or internal issues we have. And I think Buku Mount Pleasant is one of those areas over the course of the night we may see PNM people returning in support of the party. Because I think in the general election when disaggregated, we had a lead, maybe about 200, roughly something, 100 and something, 120 something like that.
Okay, good. All right. So
thanks. Say something about that too. When it comes to Buku Mount Pleasant is one of the most consistent electoral, not one of it is the most consistent. When it used to be Buku Lambo, it was always won by PNM. There was 2 occasions where persons with the last name Phillips, Reginald Phillips in one case, Carlton Phillips in the other, was able to lose by less than 100 votes or so. And what was particularly interesting in when it was Buku Lambo is that Buku and Lambo always would go to the PNM, but those parts of Lowlands and Canby that was included, they would very oftentimes shift between the two. What we saw when Sonny Craig won was a change where that is concerned. That was the first and only ever time that what could be considered the electoral district, which constitutes mainly the Lambo area, being won by Sonny Craig. But I think the way that the candidate for TPP would have gone about resigning long after knowing that he was going to be the candidate, etc., may have had a bad taste in the mouths of a lot of persons. So I'm not at all surprised if the PNM candidate is ahead of that particular individual.
And just to add to what Mr. George was saying,
yes.
The election with Mr. Craig would have been the first one with the new boundaries that would have had parts of it taken away from Lowlands, taken away, but Canaan added. So that December 21 would have been when the last part of Canaan was added to Buku Mount Pleasant, and they would have taken out Lowlands and created that seat Lambo Lowlands. So yes.
If memory serves me correct, you served as the elections officer for the PNM, just as I served, around the same time I served as the elections officer for the PDP. I want to ask you a question real quickly. Had those divisions not changed, those polling districts not changed, right? Would it have been a situation whereby PNM would have maintained their undefeated status?
Well, we have the lecturer in the room, Shane, and I'm sure if...
and actually, that's a good point. Mr. Cadet, we'll actually bring Shane back on to join us shortly, because we need to take a quick break now. And we thank you again for your support here tonight. And we'll be also joined by the IDA's Stacey Herbert, who will join us next, right? So stay with us. Thank you for choosing us here tonight to follow your results for the elections coverage. We're seeing Mason Hall results coming up on screen there. Mason Hall North. Yes. Wow. What are we seeing so far? I need my glasses. Yes. Mason Hall North. Right. So after the break, we'll get those results there, I'm told. And I got my glasses. All right. So we have something there. Right. Okay. So 61.7 for the TPP, the PNM. Okay, that's 61%, 30 for the TPP, for the PNM 38%, the IDA 0.2%. So the actual figures for the TPP are 781, PNM 482, right, and the IDA 2, right? So stay with us. We'll be back with more for you after this break.
I can step up. But that's interesting.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Up your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, hi. This is for all who are hit the picnic and make them cry to God and their mommy. Please stop the agony. What children want is a gentle touch, not a kick, scratch, pinch, or cuff. Don't beat up on them so much.
That licks can't teach what is good for them. but it can lead to drug and alcohol abuse and serious mental health problems.
Get help now. Don't act in anger. Listen well. Talk to each other. A healthier home life for all makes a better future. Drag your ball, Mr. Fiddler.
Protect children from physical abuse. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the European Union United Nations Spotlight Initiative.
Rise and shine in the morning is just part of my day.
From 6:30 to 8:30 every day. Foreign man says so.
It informs me of what happens in Tobago.
I find it to be so informative. Every aspect of Tobago affairs is being discussed there. So I will continue to look at Rise and Shine. That's my thing.
Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m.
I love Rise and Shine.
Welcome back to Election Night in Tobago. It's our coverage here on Tobago Channel 5 for the 2026 elections for the THA. And we're now joined by Stacey Herbert of the IDA. Welcome, Ms. Herbert. Yes. So at one point, Mr. George and yourself were, at close, relations, in terms of politically. But tell me, what do you think in terms of small parties? What do you think of their role so far in the entire electoral process?
I think our role was one that gave people an opportunity to choose beyond the two that were available. If you look at the voter turnout, the number of people who usually vote and then there's a large number of people who don't. So we're so interested in the voting process. The option of having somebody else that may be a little bit more amenable to you, we think we offer that opportunity in this space.
I understand that there was a challenge today. Your political leader did not vote.
Yes.
Dr. Denise Soyafat Angus. Can you share more with our audience about that, please?
Well, where she's registered to vote, we did not have a candidate. And so she chose not to vote because when you're going in with a particular policy, something that you have in mind, and then you look at the other two and they don't align particularly with what we're thinking about, then it makes it difficult to choose. Yeah? So she chose to stay out because, any which way she chose, there would have been conversation around it. So we decided to stand on what we say.
Right. And how does the party feel about what they're seeing so far, the results coming in tonight? We're seeing a low voter turnout, as you said.
Yes.
What's the mood like?
For me, I am interested. I am curious inside of what is happening, but it's not necessarily surprising in the sense that when we were on the ground, there was such a large amount of people who were operating in a space of inertia. They just felt disenchanted with the entire process, like if nothing is changing, and you heard that a lot inside of this space. So it's not really surprising, but even as we were walking around, we were going around, people were telling us, stay the course, but there's a lot of inertia in this space, a lot of disappointment.
Now your numbers are low. It
Yes.
seems that the race is really between the PNM and the TPP. Yes.
Yes.
How does the party feel about that? And what is it that you're there, staying the course as you said, but splitting the vote in some areas? Responsible for that?
I don't think that there's a splitting of the vote. If we're looking at the numbers, there's no splitting of the vote. Yeah, there's no splitting of the vote.
At least pulling some votes from, either side.
Those votes were not who's to say that those votes would have been either PNM or TPP?
Well, let's come back now to your, the manifesto of the party and, your intention, what you shared with the public.
Yes.
You think it was not significant enough to woo,
No, I don't think that it wasn't significant enough. I think that people wanted to listen more. Also, there was that sense of, I wonder if it's really going to work. That kind of thing. And then, so it's not that people weren't interested. They just wanted to see a little bit more. People take a little bit more time to make up their minds, So I think that was part of it also. Yeah.
All right. And let's talk maybe now about the quality of the campaign, that, you spoke about, I think Mr. George mentioned too, that young people may be disenchanted, but he saw a lot of young people coming to the polls early. In fact, let me ask you again, Leroy, to tell us exactly, what do you think is really needed for the two parties to really bring that voting turnout out?
I think I'm now starting to see the beginnings of a reason why there's a low voter turnout. If you look at the general elections that passed just about 9 months ago, you would have seen a situation where the voter turnout was well over 50%, which is actually pretty good by Tobago standards. We had elections where you had way more than that in Trinidad and Tobago, but Tobago is always close to around that figure. And to see a drop now, one of the things, I think the fact that you have so much less parties competing, because you had Kizel Jackson's party competing in the general elections. You also had Michaela Pandey's party performing in that general elections. They even had the class action reform. All those parties are no longer there no more. And so what we saw is that the sum total number of votes, and even the PDP, how could we forget the PDP? The sum total of those votes was actually very, very large. And so in the absence of that, one would have thought maybe since they like third party, they would go to IDA, but apparently that isn't happening. And I think what is happening is that persons want something that more custom fit themselves when it comes to political parties. And having 3 parties alone does not meet that. So perhaps had the other political parties come out, we would have had a higher voter turnout, and more importantly, we would have had a better idea as to what people want. Because when you have a low voter turnout, when you have a situation like this, nobody actually knows what people want. And the different demographics, the different things that are coming to play. I've heard people say they want to vote for a particular person just because they have a nice smile. I've heard quite a few persons, they're voting just based on whoever they think is going to win. They want to feel like a winner by the end of the day. There are people who just admire Basdio Pandey and they hear Michaela Pandey voice singing just like him. They want to vote for that. And I think probably if we want to see more participation, we have to get back to the point which we see more political parties. Also, in terms of like political parties like the PNM, which I support, right? The reason why I support the PNM, I looked at the history of the People's National Movement, and there was a time when the PNM had Democratic Socialist origins. They were part of the Democratic Socialist coalition of political parties that contested in the federal election of 1958, and they are the main reason why today persons who come from poor, humble homes could get great education and all that stuff. There was things that you knew the PNM stood for. There were things, UNC also had Democratic Socialist beginnings, but also more of a trade union. There were things you know what they stand for, but today, you don't really know what each party stands for, and because you don't know what each party stands for, you don't know who to vote for. And then why leave your home if that is the case? There was a time before PNM and DLP and political parties as we know it today. The political parties that existed, they had names that told you what they were about. We had the Caribbean Socialist Party, we had the British Workers' Party, etc. And so there was no ambiguity, and I think all the parties that exist today that have ambitions of winning, they need to start to really put down their foot and state this is what we are about on a macro level, so people could start having their conversations about what we want on a macro level, and then we could see higher voter turnout.
Now we're going to shift our focus now to another projection coming in from the Channel 5 News, from Tobago Channel 5. Our next projection for the 2026 THA election. We go now to those results. The Channel 5 News for the THA election for 2026, Mason Hall Mariah, goes to the TPP. Based on the results coming in so far, Ian Pollard for the TPP is 781. For the People's National Movement, Kwesi Devines, 482. For the IDA. 2. Yes? All right. So, again, the projection there for Mason Hall North, Mariah, from Tobago Channel 5 is for the TPP. Right, so far, generally, the IDA, what lessons have you learned this time around? Was it different from the last election? And what do you think your party plans to do going forward?
Well, of course, we'll have to regroup and sit and decide what we do. What we did a little different this time is that we didn't spend as much money. We were quite frugal in how we rolled out our campaign. And so we basically used what was available in our hands to really get this campaign moving. So and I think that is because we look at what is happening in this space and we know that we're going to be going into some difficult times, and we project that there's going to be some difficult times ahead, and so we wanted to begin walking that walk, basically. We didn't want to be in a place where, we were wondering where the cash came from. Yeah, so we made a decision, we made a deliberate decision to walk this way. Yeah.
Good. Thank you so much, Stacey. Stacey Herbert of the IDA and Leroy George, now of the People's National Movement, depending on how things go tonight.
No, it has absolutely nothing to do with that. If they lose, I'm probably going to stick around longer.
The membership.
Because we're going to have to rebuild.
That is right outside waiting. I'm so he's listening closely to what you have to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick break now and come back with a new panel. We'll be back. Mr. Shane Mohammed will be joining us, and he'll be crunching those numbers for us. And we'll be joined by another guest here on Tobago Channel 5 for Election Night in Tobago. Thank you for staying with us.
You can now whatever you need, whenever you need it, anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping, all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO, and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
Cathedral Credit Union is celebrating big. Get up to $81,000 at just 0.8% interest with our anniversary loan. And because Christmas is in the air, we're spreading cheer with up to $60,000 at only 1%. Visit cathedralcutt.com or call 235-6947 today. Cathedral Credit Union. Member-owned, member-focused.
Need furniture and appliances for your home at affordable prices? It's time to visit JG's Furniture and Appliances Limited at their showroom at Smithfield number 2 in Scarborough. There's more room to shop, more furniture and appliances, more brands to choose from, all at the same affordable price. Get everything you need to furnish your home, like stoves, fridges, washing machines, couches, dining sets. They even have swing chairs, school desk, chase loungers, sports sets, garden benches, day beds, and coffee tables. JG's is perfect for gift ideas for new and established homeowners. A wide variety of furniture and appliances. After 35 years, JG's is still Tobago's top choice for furniture and appliances. Visit their showrooms either at Orange Hill Road or Smithfield number 2. JG's, make your dream home come true.
Okay, welcome back to Tobago Channel 5's Election Night in Tobago coverage. We're back with our original crew, Misha and Shane. So that's okay if I call you Shane
of
and
course,
Dr. Mohammed,
of course,
right?
Of course.
So Misha, for you personally, in terms of seeing the polling today, how did you feel? What were your thoughts?
Well, I feel as though what we're seeing here is what is expected. I mean, on the ground we were hearing that the People's National Movement, they were gaining some steam. I'm sure Mr. Cadet would be glad to hear that, and he has agreed. We've seen before that, and they've literally said that the TPP is moving in the same direction. So first time they're contesting as the TPP, but they actually were joined or supported by PDP's leader, Dr.
Yes, actually that's a good...
So there must have been that fact as well. And what we're seeing, I guess, are some hotly contested seats that we're waiting to come in, the marginals.
Well, you know,
we look forward to those.
We tend to have every election that I've covered thus far. We have the results that come on the screen for us, but then we get it unofficially from the parties themselves on the phone. Okay. And you know, it's very interesting what it's turning out to look like.
Please share those with us. Please.
So far, getting information that the TPP is counting so far at 11. And the 4 that is questionable, it's some surprises. I have to say there are some surprises in the 4. The conversation we need to have is, right now, focus is on Signal Hill, no surprise there. That's something that I think was very much questionable, something that we had to look at.
Correct.
There's a heated competition in WIM. One side is ahead, the other side is behind. It switches back and forth as you know, as polling divisions come in. There are there's an unofficial result possible that they've claimed Plymouth, BlackRock, the TPP that is. So that would put them somewhere.
And that was a marginal that you predicted.
Yeah, that's one that I was looking at. Okay. And then, strangely enough, or not so strangely enough as well, there's no official word yet on Bethesda Lekoto. That's one that is surprisingly, they're looking at, you know, it's also heatedly contested.
And actually, if you look on screen there, Shane, you can guide us as well. Darrell Spring WIM, what are we looking at? What are we seeing so far? The People's National Movement in the lead there?
Yes.
And the TPP, yes. So I'm asking the team to just make that a little wider for us so that we could read it here. Calvin Morris, 115. Ricky Joefield, 100. And Elon Berkeley, 9.
Yeah.
So, still too early.
We could possibly, depending on what it looks like, you could come down to 13-2, 14-1 result again, you know. It could even, the range we're looking at now is somewhere between 12, 13, 14. The chances of a 15-0 is highly improbable still.
Of course.
But the final result is going to look somewhere between 12-3, 13-2, 14-1, depending on those particular 3 seats. The Bethesda, the Signal Hill, and the WIM. So
this is an evening when Tobago decides.
Surprises. lessons to be learned. I mean, I was looking forward. I would have loved to have the conversation with Huey again. You know, he's made a very good point, and I will publicly say it. I give credit where it's due, right?
Yes.
And one thing I have to admire that Huey said is that he's acknowledging that there's some introspection that has to happen, and there's some going back to the ground and going back to the table, going back to the drawing board for the PNM to really and truly find its footing. And they have between this election and the next local government election that is due in Trinidad to figure out where exactly the cracks are and to seal them. Because this is also uncharted ground for the People's National Movement. I don't think I've existed in a political world where the PNM is still struggling to find its footing post a general election. Certain realities need to be faced, certain hard conversations need to be had. I did say early in the election campaign that some persons may find that their political careers have retired tonight, and some may find that their political careers have blossomed, and some may have to sit down and figure out where they went wrong, why the result ended up the way it is. I mean, that's what elections are supposed to do, provide a reality check to those who lost their footing and whose wings got a little too wide and whose halos appeared, and who lost, you know, the true purpose of what they were elected to do. So those are things that we need to sit down and face realities on when it comes to elections, you know?
And that low voter turnout as well, you know, what does that really signal for? I mean, we don't have the official figures yet, of course.
But if we're looking at it, so let's just say, for example, let's go with the Eon, let's look at
Mason Hall.
Let's look at the Mason Hall North, which they're saying was a 700 to 400 result, right?
Yes.
That is a complete 400 to 500 fall. So what now has to happen is that if you look at the general election results and you see that the PNM got about 759 votes in general election, and they've accrued, let's just say, somewhere around 400, 500 votes. That's a further decrease of 200, 300 votes. And if the TPP has fallen to, let's just say, 700 and something votes, that's a 900, that's a 200 vote as well, right? Both parties now need to sit down and figure out if they're falling almost simultaneously between a 200 and 300 vote fall in this election. They can't afford to cast blame on each other. They have to look inside of themselves.
Correct.
And they have to now do some introspection, because that means, therefore, there's a further collapse of voter turnout, voter confidence in both sides. And therefore, what are the factors that are contributing to that? And what is it that the supporters of the PNM wants the PNM to do that it didn't do and should have or ought to have been doing? And what is it that the supporters of the TPP think that they should be doing that they didn't do between April and now? So that's some serious introspection, because it's very easy for persons to, and in the Westminster Whitehall model and in the first past the post system that we're in, especially the first past the post system, we teach students that you win by one vote, a win is still a win. That being said, and while I accept that, when you start falling in numbers and you lose popularity but you still win, you still have to figure out from your original numbers. So if we go all the way to 2021, right? In that Mason Hall Mariah seat, that was 1,494 for the PDP, now TPP, versus 807 for the PNM. That's a 500 fall for both sides, right? So there needs to be some serious conversations within each party structure to figure out where we went wrong, what is the population saying that we are not doing. And I think, you know, it could be taken for granted from the TPP perspective because they've won. But then democracy requires that fair conversation be had to really regain the confidence from the people who chose to not vote. You know?
Correct.
And I can't say that for a small island like Tobago to be experiencing voter apathy, that's a reality check that also seriously needs to be had. So the reality is that we're facing, I mean, obviously, I can't say for sure that people did not vote because of the radar. I can't say for sure that people didn't vote because of the alignment of the, or perceived alignment, I should say, of the TPP with the central government. My question would be, if the TPP wants to take Tobago to the next level, then it would be in the TPP's self-interest and the perspective of ruling Tobago that they take what they can get out of the central government for the greater good of the island, right? I mean, we live in a world, the reality is, outside of Trinidad and Tobago, from a geopolitical perspective, we are living in a world where what is in it for me is coming down to a very real perspective and conversation that all global leaders are having. But then when you are bartering with each other, when you're negotiating with each other, small islands, small states, periphery states, when they speak to the core states, either side is having a conversation about what is in it for me. So the same way the conversation in this space now has to be, well, Tobagonians would want to know what is in it for them. And they don't, it could be that people were confused. And I would even go as far as to say that both sides confused certain members of the population who opted to not vote because they weren't sure what was the truth, and what was real and what wasn't real, right?
Yes, and I mean, and Misha, come tomorrow morning, the geopolitical fallout will still exist, and the new governing organization will have to deal with that, yes?
And I guess the numbers would show as well whether or not people were motivated to go out there. And if it's saying that we are not, then we would have to look at how effective was our campaign, our campaign strategy on all sides of the coin.
Remember we started the conversation talking about depth and understanding of what is power and real power and perceived power. And that word superficial came up, you know, continues to resonate. I mean, I tell students all the time, we live in a world of superficiality. What we wear, how we look, you know, the number of likes and how many followers we have and all that nonsense is taking up roots. And really and truly, what is the value of that? You know, you know, is that...
We know politics is a lot of theatre, but how do we move beyond the theatre? I personally would like to see the politics elevate in Tobago. The mudslinging is always part of it, but keep it on minimum, because speaking to young people around Tobago, a lot of them said, why should I vote?
Correct.
Because they did not find a place and space on either of the platforms, and so we've seen it here tonight in the numbers.
And you know what's the ironic part about it as well? Young people not wanting to vote for young people.
Correct. Because we did see a mix of candidates this time.
Young people not wanting to vote for young people, because when you look at the dynamics of the slates, there's the medium age is quite young in the politics, and I've always said that Tobago, you know, has entered into a stage where they're introducing the new generation of politics. That discussion of a new generation of politics needs that depth, you know.
Correct.
All right, so what we'll do, we'll take a quick break now. And of course, viewers, we remind you to look at the bottom of our screen to get all the numbers that are coming in. We're seeing there Ricky Joe Field with 100. So repeat for me, team. All right, good. So we're getting some more results there. Bell Garden, Glamorgan. So far, the TPP is in the lead. The PNM second, the IDA. Now, again, folks in the studio, I cannot see clearly, you know, I don't have that vantage point right now to be able to see the numbers closely, but I know when we come back, we may fix that. So let's continue our coverage here tonight, and we'll take a quick break now, and I'll be making my way offset for a bit. I need to take a little break, you know, so I'm going to be back with another member of our panel who will be coming here to join us, or you too will be here to have our conversation, have that continue. So stay with us here on Tobago Channel 5 for election night coverage.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago.
gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
Need furniture and appliances for your home at affordable prices? It's time to visit JG's Furniture and Appliances Limited at their showroom at Smithfield number 2 in Scarborough. There's more room to shop, more furniture and appliances, more brands to choose from, all at the same affordable price. Get everything you need to furnish your home, like stoves, fridges, washing machines, couches, dining sets. They even have swing chairs, school desks, chase lounges, sports sets, garden benches, day beds, and coffee tables. JG's is perfect for gift ideas for new and established homeowners. A wide variety of furniture and appliances. After 35 years, JG's is still Tobago's top choice for furniture and appliances. Visit their showrooms either at Orange Hill Road or Smithfield number 2. JG's, make your dream home come true.
Welcome to the speed round of getting money right. Let's begin. Name some of the red flags associated with an investment scam.
Pressure tactics to invest.
Correct.
Promise of money if you bring friends.
Correct.
Request for personal information.
Correct. Bonus question. What is the penalty for operating a pyramid or Ponzi scheme?
$10 million and 10 years in prison.
Correct. Well done. The scores are even, so we go to our tiebreaker question. You receive money in your account from an investment company and they tell you to transfer it to a third account. Does that sound right?
I think about it and that's not right.
Congratulations, you tinker. Getting Money Right is brought to you by the TTSEC. Visit investigateTT.com to access free learning resources and check the TTSEC for a list of registered individuals and securities. The Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission. You invest, we protect, everyone benefits.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
There are some new developments in housing in Tobago, so it's goat racing time. This is 116, the show that keeps you in the know with all things Tobago House of Assembly. Each week, 116 delivers a fun and engaging overview of the latest developments, achievements, activities, and events of our dynamic assembly. So join me. Let's dive into the Tobago House of Assembly's Week in Review right here on 116.
Good evening, viewers, and welcome back to Tobago's Channel 5 Election Night in Tobago. I am here to say to you, we are at this point projecting another seat. And this time we are looking at Palatovia lands for me, where the projected winner is the TPP's candidate, Farley Chavez Augustine. Dr. Mohammed, any surprises here?
No.
And we're welcoming at this time Ms. Udine Job Davis. Welcome to the set this evening. And we're looking at the figures here. It's, is it 656 for Farley Chavez Augustine? We have the PNM at 211 and the IDA with just 2 votes once again. Tell us about what these figures look and what it means for the TPP to actually have their leader, Farley Chavez Augustine. as a projected winner.
No surprise when you look at the results from the past. Farley won with huge majorities, a difference of 1,100 votes in 2021, 829 votes, 25 votes in 2025 general election. When you look at the electoral district, is what the margin looked like. So him winning by a large majority here. I would like to see the final number because then I would have to look at, consistently it has fallen by 200 votes. So if the consistency continues, he should be somewhere around 1,200 in his total. So, and then that would then probably put the PNM about 400. So maintaining the same difference but with less numbers. Again, Mr. Job, you've been in this thing for a while as well, and you would know that when numbers are consistently falling, people need to check themselves.
Of course, and in Tobago, we have some real issues. And, we have to understand that when people voted out the PNM in favor of the Tobago-based party, they are expecting something phenomenally different than what the PNM was offering at the time. Yeah, and it just seems as more the same. We haven't really gone anywhere with the TPP. They will win, I believe, because they're already there. And what I believe will happen is that the numbers will be vastly lower than when people came out came out to vote against the PNM. And the TPP they took some measures that would have resonated horribly with Tobagonians. And one of those was when they got in, overwhelmingly so, 14-1, they just sent home some people. They sent them home because maybe their perception was that these people didn't vote for us. But for them to be winning overwhelmingly, how many people who voted PNM the last time would have to vote for them? You see? So that in itself created some problems. In addition to which, the Assembly is in charge of several areas: tourism, health, let me just see if I get the names here, state lands, sports, culture, community development, and so on. And so if you are here for 4 years, we don't expect you to work miracles, but we are expecting you to see some development in these areas. And so tourism is my pet peeve because I worked there for quite a while before I studied it. And that's one area, all right? Last week, was it? The cruise ship came to Tobago, large cruise ship, and we had the Gallons Garbage and the Buku Reef. Everybody was here at the same time. So you could imagine what Scarborough looked like, gridlock. Yeah, I mean, just jump on the can walk, So we have to plan, and somehow we're missing it somewhere. So these people in the assembly, not we, and I'm not putting myself in there. So these people in the assembly need to understand why they are there. So it is not about, cussing here and quarreling there and saying this one didn't do it. You have to do it. This is why they put you there. Last week, another cruise ship came. Rain. The driver dropped the guys to Pigeon Point. By the time he left Pigeon Point and reached by Penny Savers in Canaan, they called him, hey, rain. What else is there to do? Nothing.
Contingencies, you're talking to contingencies.
Well, in addition to contingencies, we need to develop the tourism product on the island, and that is not happening. I worked tourism from 1986, the same things are still there.
Well, you see, that's a very interesting thing
so
for you to say. Because one of the things that I thought should have, again, asking questions, looking in depth, questioning. I mean, I agree with you on the tourism product, right? Was hoping that whatever did not happen that ought to have happened or we expected would have happened during the tenure for the thrust towards building this product, given the enthusiasm of the tourism secretary when she started. I was hoping that what was not completed, that was expected to be completed or ought to be completed. So for example, my pet peeve is that we build a big airport and we have 1 flight a week or 2 flights a week. What was the problem, right? Now, part of that problem was vested in the disagreement between Central and
I was
TG,
about to say, Shane,
right?
because it is that the fact that civil aviation and the airport authority is vested in Trinidad, and
Right.
we speak to the bigger picture of
But in
autonomy.
addition to that, tourists go where the planes go where tourists go. So if we don't have a proper marketing arrangement here and we don't have a proper product, then we are competing against Africa and India and all those.
But you see,
we no longer...
we could even bring it even to the region. Tortula. Right?
Everywhere.
Barbados, but look at Barbados. I mean,
gosh, that's an envy.
Look at Barbados. Barbados is developing at an alarming rate. And
So
the people
guys-
who are there in charge are people I went to school with. They have studied the thing, and the Barbadian government put them in charge. Why? Because they went and studied.
So
Not
my
here,
question to you, Ms. Job Davis, have you seen anything on either side of the ballot? And we say in either side because it looks as though it's a two-party race. It has traditionally been, and we're talking TPP and PNM. Have you seen anything on the hustings or within their manifesto, so to speak, blueprint and the bold big vision? Have you seen anything that gives you hope for tourism on the island
Could I
of
say I
Tobago?
didn't read them?
You can.
Let me tell you, I didn't read them. Why? When I was doing my master's, my dissertation was creating a performance management system for government, right? Because I think we need to hold government accountable. And the first place for me to look is for your manifesto. And would you believe that I called PNM, the only person I get one from was Pandy, and one for wherever, whenever. You see? So these things to me, they're just wasting paper and wasting time. All right? If you do your manifesto, then you need to have a plan for implementation. And we're always falling down on that. I mean, I'm just going back, I hate to talk about myself, but when I was Minister of Culture, one of the achievables that we had was to give Pantry Bago the money to build that center, that thing you see up in Trinity there. But, I mean, I'm sorry to say, but that is what happened. And so when I met with them, and I said, okay, so we're going to give you this money in tranches. I'm going to give you the first in thirds. Well, one third. So when you finish your first third, tell me where you do.
Yeah.
The boy them complain to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said, give them the money. Look at what happened there.
It's an eyesore.
$7.2 million.
Of wastage money.
Right? Of our money. And so this is what aches me in terms of our development as a nation. We have the money. I mean, I went through some of the monies that the THA got. It is not $2 million is not 2 billion cents. So what are you telling me? That you can't use it? But then accountability is almost nil because you're reading the Auditor General's reports. Auditor General say, well, no procurement, no this, no that. What are you doing?
Guys, if we look at the screen, we are seeing, is this?
This is Plymouth.
474.
Yes, going towards the PNM.
569 for who? TPP Blue. Yeah.
Yes, for TPP.
For the girl cheesemaker.
Correct.
How many
And this seat is Plymouth Blackrock.
How many?
IDA, there was no vote. This was the area where Dr. Denise Toyfat Angus said she did not vote, and there was no vote on the IDA's part. So we're looking at the TPP in the lead here in the Plymouth Blackrock area.
Yeah.
How many more ballot boxes need to come in, you know, right, at this side? For Plymouth Blackrock.
So from where I am hearing that the TPP has declared it. Because they are sending some, I mean, I'm getting information saying that they're up to, they've reached 13, 12, 13, somewhere there.
Right.
The last conversation is that Signal Hill came in and it favored them. So it's down to 2. It's now looking at the WIM seat and the Bethesda seat. So that it could come down to 14-1 or 13-2 depending on what the final result is.
Correct.
What is interesting is that it's about 200 on either side, so about 400 votes less per
district.
400 to 500 votes less per district.
More than that, because and even in the last election, the general election, people said to me, look, we're not voting. We just not voting.
Yeah.
And we're not voting, and they're telling you straight up, look, I am TPP. But I don't like what I'm doing, so I'm not and I'm not voting PNM, so I'm just not voting.
Guys, we are ready with another projection. Sorry to interrupt
Yep,
you.
that's okay.
And I'm here to say that, right, so we have Bell Garden Glamorgan, and this is another Tobago Channel 5 projection. Bell Garden Glamorgan going towards the TPP, and Dr. Faith Brebner is the incumbent.
How many votes?
We're looking at how many votes?
593 to 308. That's consistent with the expected outcome there. She won the last time in a margin of 700. In the 2025 general election, there was a margin of almost 540 votes. So
pretty consistent.
Consistent, very consistent. Expected that outcome.
Also consistent is the East being.
Well, there's one in the East that that has everybody very confused.
Roxborough, Delaford?
Bethesda.
No, that's not in the East, that's in the West.
Oh, is that Bethesda falls in the West?
Yes.
Northwest? Okay, but then that's you again, all West seats then.
What are we hearing on Roxborough, Delaford?
Gone.
To the TPP?
TPP.
Okay.
Yeah. But even when I looked at the Roxborough, which is interesting, the Roxborough seat, when you look at the breakdown between the three parties, the difference was it was 983 to the PNM 507 to the PDP 217 in the final count in 2025 in general. So if you add that 217, give or take, let's just say somebody decided to give them the votes, he would cross 1,000 votes. But it would also then be consistent with the fact that across the board, there seems to be a consistent fall of 200 votes per side.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, very interesting. So it consistently dropping 200 to 300 votes per side every week. So from 21 to 25, now to 26, it consistently is dropping. So the number of person, and I don't believe myself, or even in conversation with Dr. Raghunath, we were not projecting that this was going to drop below 50%, but this is seeming to, 25,000 votes would be 50%, right? 15 constituency electoral districts by an average of 500 votes less. I'm now getting note that they have 12. So they're still holding at 12.
Okay.
That's, give or take, yeah.
And that should tell those people who want to govern, that should send them a very strong message. If you can't motivate people to come out and vote, something ought to be really wrong.
It means if there's a drop of 500 votes per electoral district, that is giving you an average, give or take, of 7,500 votes less than 2025 general election, which therefore means that we're looking at a voter turnout of about 22,000 people, which is less than 50%.
Vastly less than 50%.
Huge, right? The question would be why, and for both sides to answer
That is
why.
the important question.
And this is what they need to do. They need to do one of the things that I have a problem with in Tobago is that we do not plan. There's something called strategic planning that you need to engage in. It don't take no maths.
We have some more results coming in.
Yeah.
And we are looking at the Scarborough Mount Grace district.
Okay.
And we are looking at the incumbent Trevor James with 541. And
548 to 44.
All right.
A difference of 100.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed.
I think it's only because I'm sitting where I'm sitting.
You're sitting right, yes.
But 140 votes separating them, that's not strange.
Yes.
That's consistent with the results over the years.
Yes.
And can the team indicate whether or not this particular electoral district, is it most of the ballots are in, or how many outstanding? Oh, we do not have that data. Okay. The night is still young, people.
Yes. Yes, they're
By
still.
11 o'clock, they already
I'll say this. Not because the island is small, and I think this is where I would have whispered, but I feel I need to shout sometimes. Both sides. when you want the vision, I don't think that when people live on a small island, there's much difference in vision for the island. It is the difference between land in the how or the what, right? The approach could be the difference in that it builds the conversation or the argument. But one has to be very careful in terms of we are human, so we are quick to sometimes put our friends to hold a role or someone we are familiar with, not understanding that competence is important, the knowing how to negotiate, knowing how to say no or how to meander a difficult course, how to achieve something through, this is politics, so I'll say it, through the art of manipulation, how to control the conversation.
We like quotas.
Yeah, right. But all of those things are skill sets that also is needed when selecting someone to fill a role.
Correct.
So, as the TPP gets ready as they get ready to go into office, with regardless what the number is at this stage, the point is they've crossed the threshold of 8. So as the TPP gets ready to go into office, I think, notwithstanding the final 2 seats or 3 seats that they may be looking at, I think it's important to now for the incoming chief secretary would be to find the right persons to fill the roles, to complete the mandate that will cause these numbers to go up in 4 years.
So we have the Bukom Pleasant seat, Canaan, Bukom Pleasant seats. We are saying from the previous numbers that we saw, can we have those up? No, we have. Okay. Oh, we've had these numbers before. I just want to discuss what it would look like for the People's National Movement if the now leader of the Tobago Island Council is dethroned. What does that mean for the party?
Let me go out and say this.
I had to ask.
I'll say this. I think if I were to advise the PNM, one of the things I would say to the PNM that they went wrong is that when the election was lost in April 2025 and a new leader emerged, I think they should have gone back to the drawing board with regard to the caliber and the personalities in terms of their overall candidates that was pre-approved by a previous leader. And had they been mature enough to acknowledge the fact that they had a new leader and she would have probably had a difference of opinion in terms of who goes where and why, that was something that they could have considered. But it says to me that I was right.
Even in a democracy?
Even in a democracy, because the democratic part of it is that the previous leader lost. National leader, he retired, and then the party lost. A new leader returned. So therefore, a new leader, thinking from a corporate governance perspective, from a strategic planning perspective, a new leader emerges in an organization. There's different ways of doing things, different styles of doing things. Even you in 15 seats, she may not have wanted 4 or 5. They could have swapped out those 4 or 5 because she would have felt that these are the seats that we could put a stronger person in.
But we know these things are never easy.
Never easy, but that's the hard decision that comes with
the thing with us in Tobago is that Tobagonians, if we forget history, then we will repeat it. The PNM doesn't know how to win elections. And I'm going to say, they don't know how to win. They know to lose. They know how to lose. So you've been there for God knows how many years, and you're losing. Where you going with this? And it is because of personalities.
Yeah.
So if I don't like you, I'm not giving you no position, even though I know you can do the work. And so we need to get out of that kind of stupid, nonsensical mentality and try to understand what is best for Tobago at this point in time. Because, I live here, I travel with the bus sometimes. Do you know that even though the THA is not responsible for public transport, recently, all the buses in Tobago break down. You have 2 people down in Trinidad, right? From Tobago. You ain't got to talk to your counterpart down there. Come find out what happened here. Go down there, talk to them, and see what could happen. You want to buy some ambulance in Tobago. I don't know who advising who. You bring a whole bunch of ambulances here that everybody's cussing. I ain't see them, but everybody cussing and so they're walking. They can't climb hill and all kind of nonsense. What are you doing? And it's money we're spending. So when you're sitting down here and lambasting the other party, what you say?
And the TPP got a bit of licks. I mean, it was within the campaign where persons actually turned up at the new bus stops and they were saying, well, there are no buses.
No.
So we have no buses. No buses. So you're absolutely right. What are we doing?
I travel with bus.
Of course, the electorate really would come forward now and show that we are not satisfied. We may put you back there, and I've heard people say and expose that even if the TPP gets back in, they will have to perform at such a high standard now to keep, because we know it's easy to get, but how do we retain favor with the electorate?
Well, I will go a step further at the risk of having political enemies.
Well, that's all right.
But this could very well, I could deem this, because we are now looking at consistent drops on either side of the lane, right? So it's not that I think I'm tired cussing the PNM about what they ought to have done and they should do and now what they need to do going forward. I'll give them a lesson on that in a while. But when you consistently lose votes from 21 to 25, now 26, we're now looking at an average of 500 votes lost across the board, consistently going down, right? This is what you call winning by default. This is by winning by default, not winning an election. You won by default. So now we have to consider there is a complete and absolute rejection of the PNM by even the PNM, right? So why did you win? You won because the PNM really and truly provided no competition. They provided no oomph factor. They were not resilient. It was more of the same. I mean, I'm not surprised that Ansel Dennis lost his seat, was projected to lose his seat tonight. But it will also tell you now that the PNM has to now really and truly reconstruct the whole and re-emerge as a whole party, not a consistently fractured party. I think that is one of the things that they struggle. It's a continuum of the struggle.
But Shane, we also have to understand the Tobago culture, all right? And I'm going back in history, because when I was asked to run, I didn't even know, what going on with the seat or whatever. I know we voting and we voting for Robinson and then voting for whoever, all right? But when I checked the statistics in Tobago East, the PNM's voter base in Tobago East was 1,000 to ANR 6,000 and 7,000. So it going right back to that. Now what we need to check is who not voting, because the older people dying. So why aren't the young people voting?
And before you came in, I said young people not voting for young people. So they're not voting for the payers.
Yeah.
And the question is why they're not voting for the payers.
They're hopeless. They are hopeless.
Look at what the chief, let me just give him his due, the chief secretary. I'm not talking about who knows who and whatever. I am just talking about the chief secretary, president, who went into Bethel.
Yeah.
Yes? And you couldn't find anything else to say but to castigate the young man who running free, who probably know more than you because you're working in the public service. You never work in the public service in your life. He working there. And you go down there and tell people, he know nothing, he can't do this and he can't do that. And people all in America calling me, hey, what's going on there? Some people have
said but some people have said it's par for the course, and that's what I'm saying. Where is the balance between?
Nah, that is not par for the course.
But people have said that and put it forward as you have to grow political skin. And where do we find the balance?
No. And I'm totally disagreeing with that. Because, I campaigned for how much time, you know how much cost I take into Tobago East, and I stand up and take my cost because you know why? They're not costing me. They're costing the PNM. So we have to understand.
I think this is the first time I've had somebody from the PNM disconnect themselves from the PNM.
They're costing the PNM, they're costing me. I never listen. But that is what was happening. Where you come from? PNM? We don't want to see all that kind of thing.
So I think there should be a conscious effort to elevate. I've said it before, to elevate the level of politics on the platform.
But it's only now the level of politics get to this.
Yes.
It was
you see, even Dr. Raghunath and I had a conversation with regard to the Council for Ethical Political Behavior. And people did not want to sign on because, you would be called out for breaching and using the thing. You are saying that, I heard the conversation about Bethel and the candidate, right? The only thing that was left to say, they said it about a former prime minister when they said Chambers Duncy. So the only thing they didn't say was that whoever the candidate was, this boy, Big Dog was Duncy, right? But here's the thing though. Saying these things has to come with the understanding, and a lot of people don't understand, that when you're peacocking in politics, it is simply peacocking in politics. Now, if you say, if you say Chambers Dancy, I mean, they sang calypso about it. In the when you now look at the lineup of prime ministers, is George Chambers at the bottom of the list today? The answer is no.
Not at all.
No, he's not, right? So that's just to tell you how the system changes, how values changes, how beliefs and all of that
So
changes.
political leaders, if you all are listening, the people want better.
Yeah,
No,
for
listen,
sure.
Tobagonians always tell you, if you start a campaign and go and tell, well, before, you want to tell them about what Hochoy do. We don't want to hear that, what you're doing. We know what Hochoy do. So tell me what you're going on do. Different to Hochoy.
But we had a lot
And
of
that is
this time
sentiment.
around in the campaign.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
We still have that going on.
You mean
Well,
what they do and what?
Yes,
You
we had
know,
a lot
people
of
don't want
that.
to hear that. And
I think
that was my wake-up call.
That was fully
Right?
ventilated in the previous campaign, so we were looking for something more. And so I tend to agree with you guys.
I remember days when we all met up on the trail, and you were surprised, all of we sitting on the other line, like normal. Nobody ain't cussing nobody. When we finish, we go where we campaign, and we need to bring
And
back.
another thing is coming to the people in a timely fashion, because
Thank
you wait
you.
till the end of this tenure and then you bring in a vision and then you bring in a blueprint and you expect us to digest all of it. Obviously, some of it will be lost. And then you spend a lot of money on your campaign and then it doesn't translate into votes. The introspection is definitely needed.
Well, tell them that, but it ain't happening because everybody feel that they know what they're doing. And clearly, the past 4 years have shown that you really do not know what you're doing. So,
The 14 y'all so far.
14 now? Oh, Papa. Carol Morris, who is it?
Where's the last one? Let me ask.
Papa.
This is Mason Hall, South, Bagatelle.
That's Natasha Pantin, they call her?
Yes.
For her?
Yes, so Dr. Mohammed, we have some comparisons on screen.
Sure.
And being the analyst here, can you tell us about the comparison
Could
in
they
terms of the figures?
bring it forward for me? Megan would be 627 to the PNM 260. Not surprised.
250, yes.
Yeah.
That is something that remains consistent. Now, I think the surprise tonight, right now, I'm waiting on word, but the surprise for me tonight is, well, no. So Risha just Bethesda, I've gotten confirmation, Bethesda has come in. So the whim has stood. So it could end up, we're looking at a 14-1 again. It's just to find out what's the final word on whim. Not surprised. This was a possibility. The margins, I think I did say this to someone, I think in a private conversation, I said it could be very, very narrow, or it could be completely on the other side of, and it's completely gone. If it comes down to whim again and whim goes blue, then really and truly the PNM has to sit down and reconstruct completely. There's a mandate now to reconstruct.
Well, not just Tobago PNM, but the entire PNM.
No, the whole PNM, right? The whole PNM has to reconstruct, right? I mean, I said it, and they probably took it as pecan back in the day, in early, when the election results. But someone asked me right after the elections, what would the advice be to the boss lady in PNM, to the political leader? And I said, burn it all down. The house is already on fire. Throw some more paper, put a fan, burn it all down, and start over from scratch.
And get back your people.
And let it come back to what you envision it to be. Don't necessarily allow it to be a continuum, because the continuum is proving in this election, the continuum is proving to be a serious parasite to the PNM. Now, when the results are over, even down to the fact that the TPP was biting their fingernails with Bethesda, people need to sit down and ask themselves why. And where was the disconnect? Why wasn't it easier for Zarisha to win the seat? And every other seat that may have struggled, but I could personally tell you that I didn't look for the Bethesda seat to be a struggle for Zarisha because of her popularity.
No. She's probably popular in Bethesda.
Yeah.
When you go to Golden Lane, up in that area.
Yeah.
They didn't want that at all.
So you see, and therefore that's something that has to be considered for the whole. I mean, when you look, and people who have won marginals tonight, err on the side of caution that you won by default, because there's a decline in the voter turnout. And what you won by in 2021 and what the numbers look like in 2025 GE compared to now is significantly low. And there's a consistent fall in numbers. So whatever, I think my advice would be for the incoming would be political communication is very important. You drop the ball on communication. The chief secretary needs to be a little sharper on the communication.
We have some figures on screen.
Again, 593 to 308.
That's faith.
By faith, very, very normal. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Very consistent. Tobago East as usual, doing its thing. Darren Henry.
Bethel.
Yeah, so this was the...
To 230.
Yeah, so this was one that was very much highly contested. It was on the list. Zorisha Hackett, 448 to 209. So yeah, again, just a very small margin of 200. In the general election, the distance was 347. But really and truly, you can't do things the same way and expect different results. So therefore, there's a great expectation from the Tobagonian population, those that voted, and especially the numbers that did not vote, which will show that it's now in the majority, that there needs to be a recalibration of what the priorities are and how do you, start effectively performing in the roles and responsibilities.
Well, but in addition to that, the opposition PNM needs to start to do its work from day one. You can't wait until 2 weeks before election to go start. I haven't seen any candidate in it. I haven't seen one person. Well, and so you pass it on with all this noise, Big Chuck annoying me night, evening, morning, just annoying me. Where are the people? They're not touching us. So if I'm not seeing you, who I'm voting for, I don't even know you.
So,
I never see you.
I mean, I said that as well, that the conversation was that I didn't think that again, it comes down to why I believe that had the candidates been revised, if the Tobago Council together with the political leaders sat down and revised the list, even if it did not necessarily mean, and people would not like this, but I will say it anyways, politics is not always about following the process. So for example, let me just use you. You say the political leader comes and says, I know you take a backseat, but we need you on the campaign trail. Come in and help us to mentor, or to train, or to work in this particular seat. They come and say, we don't want this candidate because it's not driving the enthusiasm that we are accustomed to. Let's talk it out to a face that was familiar before, that people know. Because I also believe that there's a transition, and sometimes you need to handpick who you need to put in, right? And let's get over it. They do it underhanded anyway, so we might as well do. The reality is, handpicking is not impossible, and sometimes you handpick. You want to go through the process for transparency purposes, but it's long-winded and expensive. You disappoint a bunch of people for the wrong reasons, and then you have a set of people vexed with you. I think we can modernize the politics to the point where we could say, listen, we know the 5 of you all filed for nominations. We don't feel that you all cut it. We will find other roles for you in this space, but we think we should go with this.
Dr. Mohammed, sorry. Do you think that the campaign, what would I say, the premise that they sold, the TPP sold the electorate on was that we only had 4 years versus 21. Do you think that rang through? Because there was also the perception among the electorate that we would give you another chance. And we are seeing more or less that they are going to reassume office. Do you think that played out well and it translated well into people's understanding of how they should approach acceptance of governance?
Well, I'll say this to be fair to them. They didn't have an easy time with Dr. Rowley. And Dr. Rowley, I feel he was seriously...
No, I disagree in a way, yeah, I disagree.
And we can have that conversation, right? But
it's
I feel that the adversarial approach to Tobago being a treasure. Because I think at the end of the day, even though PNM in the central government had the 2 seats in the parliament, and then they lost the THA, there was a battle because they want Tobago becomes a political gem, and winner takes all kind of thing, right? And Dr. Rowley also saw the chief secretary as a little boy, and that's not a bad thing. Hold on, it could be used for the greater good. Why? He saw me as a little boy, and what are the characteristics that I need to sharpen up on to raise the bar? Right? Then there's the other part. Farley versus Ansel Dennis. Do you want to go backwards in that regard? Is Dennis not a good personality in the PNM anymore? The answer could be, if you ask the average PNM, they could say, we ain't want Dennis again. I had spoken to Kelvin Morris years before, right after this THA election. I said, I'm old school in terms of politics, learning from the Manning era.
Eric Williams era.
When you win the seat and you're the only man standing, you have to emerge. It's a natural expectation that you start to take up the leadership role, and you don't play second fiddle to a man that lost. And that, if he loses the WIM seat tonight, I think that will play a very huge role, because you play second fiddle and you didn't listen to the experts that tell you shouldn't be playing second fiddle.
But you have to understand the Tobago mentality. Because if it is that you want to fight with the leader, you know you ain't going for the next election.
Right.
So
survival.
Exactly.
But Dr. Mohammed spoke to that about putting personalities before anything.
And Tobago is known for that. If I don't like you, regardless of whether people want you or not, I'm selling you.
Yeah.
And that has been from the Orville London time to right back up here.
But you know what the strategy would have been for me? I would have think, if I was Kelvin, and if he would, at some point in time, you'd have stopped teaching. Right? You stop teaching, you stop advising, you stop sending messages. The bottom line is, had he leapt forward after the April election, and he gone to his new political leader and say, boss lady, here was he seen. I don't think some of these candidates cutting it. Sorry to say, he's the incumbent. You can't tell me that you go to have a conversation in the interest of your party with your political leader, and your person in charge in Tobago vexed because what is the greater good here?
Well, you have to do it differently. Understand the culture you're dealing with. You see, he should have gone to some other PNM people who would have gone to the leader and say, hey, this ain't cutting it. People don't want this one here. We need to put this guy forward and allow him to take his space.
All right, guys. So I know we've been talking for some time. Lots happening in this space. The results are coming in fast and furious, but we must take a break. Viewers, stay tuned to Tobago Channel 5. This is Election 2026.
Okay. So they called Bethel already.
Cathedral Credit Union is celebrating big. Get up to $81,000 at just 0.8% interest with our anniversary loan. And because Christmas is in the air, we're spreading cheer with up to $60,000 at only 1%. Visit cathedralcutt.com or call 235-6947 today. Cathedral Credit Union. Member-owned, member-focused.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Daddy said it was our special love. I told my granny, but she didn't help.
He was so nice when we talked online.
I threw up again. I just can't sleep. I failed my test. I missed school last week.
Now he wants pictures of my body. I have a right
to live free. Stop hurting me.
Please.
Don't keep child abuse a secret. If you see something, say something. Report it today at 996. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the European Union United Nations Spotlight Initiative.
Rise and shine in the morning is just part of my day.
From 6:30 to 8:30 every day. Foreign man says so.
It informs me of what happens in Tobago. I find it to be so informative. Every aspect of Tobago affairs is being discussed there. So I will continue to look at Rise and Shine. That's my thing.
Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m.
I love Rise and Shine.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with tobago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tobago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tobago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tobago's at your service.
There are some new developments in housing in Tobago, so it's goat racing time. This is 116, the show that keeps you in the know with all things Tobago House of Assembly. Each week, 116 delivers a fun and engaging overview of the latest developments, achievements, activities, and events of our dynamic assembly. So join me. Let's dive into the Tobago House of Assembly's Week in Review right here on 116.
Cathedral Credit Union is celebrating big. Get up to $81,000 at just 0.8% interest with our anniversary loan. And because Christmas is in the air, we're spreading cheer with up to $60,000 at only 1%. Visit cathedralcutt.com or call 235-6947 today. Cathedral Credit Union. Member-owned, member-focused.
Need furniture and appliances for your home at affordable prices? It's time to visit JG's Furniture and Appliances Limited at their showroom at Smithfield No. 2 in Scarborough. There's more room to shop, more furniture and appliances, more brands to choose from, all at the same affordable price. Get everything you need to furnish your home, like stoves, fridges, washing machines, couches, dining sets. They even have swing chairs, school desks, chase lounges, sports sets, garden benches, day beds, and coffee tables. JG's is perfect for gift ideas for new and established homeowners. A wide variety of furniture and appliances. After 35 years, JG's is still Tobago's top choice for furniture and appliances. Visit their showrooms either at Orange Hill Road or Smithfield No. 2. JG's, make your dream home come true.
Good evening and welcome back. And it looks like Tobago has decided, with all the projections coming in. So I'm here with my guests. Welcome back, Dr. Mohammed.
Deja vu.
Deja vu.
Deja vu.
And Ms. Job Davis. You know, we heard on the campaign trail that the PNM decided to change the slogan. It was Put Tobago First Again. This Tobago-centric push was really, it was really to me brought forth by the TPP. This has been the ideology from the name, the branding of the party, to the name, to everything that the leader speaks to. And so where does that put us now in terms of the talk for autonomy? What is Falish Augustine's next step? Because this is what he sold, and I think that was not lost on the electorate. People feel that we are big enough, we are old enough, and we can control our own stuff, you know, to put it mildly. And so we know of the discourse that went back and forth with this talk of autonomy. And the people, I think, a lot of people bought into it. And so much so even the PNM bought into it because they changed their slogan, Put Tobago First Again. So we are now first again for all intents and purposes.
But it's no different. It sounds, when I heard it, I was like, this sounds like a Donald Trump make America great again.
Oh, no, it did. It did.
Like, what is happening?
Even the big, bold something, I found it to be very much a big, beautiful bill.
Yeah.
You know,
so
I found
somebody adapted or tried to adapt a little bit of a Republican strategy in the Tobago Council, in the PNM in Tobago's strategy and in their campaign. Funny enough though, you can't utilize the strategy of something that you don't represent or you can't align with. And ironically...
But you can change. They can change and re-strategize.
But you shouldn't say something that does not resonate. And when you pass it around, and you pass this, if you're having a conversation, I don't expect you're making a one-man decision on a slogan or on a campaign strategy. You pull the team together, the core team, you sit down and you say, how you all feel about, put Tobago first again?
Mm-hmm.
How you all feel about, but somebody with a whisper of wallet taking MAGA and doing with it, right?
Ms. Davis was not sold. She was not sold. Tell us what were your thoughts.
Tobago people, it's not no slogan, it's not nothing. When it's, okay, you need to touch people. That is the difference in Tobagonians. You need to go and sit down with them and hear. You have to sit down there sometimes for 2 hours, whatever. But that is what it is. And because you are in a position, you have the time. So don't wait until they call elections. These guys should have been out there from day one, talking with people. You're not telling them anything about the TPP, but you just want to know if there are issues, what is happening to you, and they feel that connection. And I know that for a fact. So you cannot just sit by and make slogans. This is Tobago.
Yeah,
the slogan ain't going nowhere. Big beautiful bill and going to Venezuela. It ain't going nowhere. You know? So we have to deal with us. Tobago, you need to touch them.
Let us turn to the screen again, and I'm going to depend on Dr. Mohammed.
Oh yeah, that's impressive though. So what that tells me is that Ian Pollard, and that's Natasha?
Yeah,
so what Natasha would have been able, what Natasha did there is she increased significantly to the general election. So she would have added, there's about 100 and something votes. Go back. We don't know about Ricky and Kelvin. That's still going back and forth yet. All
right, so we now are going live with our reporter, Ms. Camille McKechnie, out at the PNM headquarters.
Good evening, viewers. I'm Camille McKechnie. I'm here at the PNM headquarters, Robinson Street in Scarborough. Now, it's a very somber mood. When we got here just after 6, you had like a dozen or so people hanging around the office and giving results. At the moment, you have about 3 people sitting inside. Now, they have indicated that the preliminary results indicate that the PNM so far is ahead in only 1 seat, and that's the Darrell Spring Wim seat. The Mason Hall South Bagatelle, formerly the Bagatelle Backlet seat, was declared. Bell Gardner Glamorgan, Bethel New Grange, Bethesda, Lake Ito, Bonaccord Crown Point, Buku Mount Pleasant, and you also have the Plymouth Blackrock, Roxborough Argyle, the Scarborough Mount Grace, and the Signal Hill Hill seats. Those seats, the PNM has indicated that the counting in those areas has gone too far towards the TPP for the PNM to come back. So it's a very somber mood here, and people are just basically waiting around. They've indicated that the leader is going to be here. Mr. Ansel Dennis will be here when the results have been fully declared, and he will communicate with the public. So in the meantime, we wait until that happens.
Here, and we have just heard, it was only hypothetical for a bit because we're far removed. Even from our reporters, we are hearing that there is a concession speech to be expected soon.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to sound bad, but I think beyond just a concession speech, there should be a letter of resignation as well. You know, now the question that has to be posed to Mr. Morris is, if he survives tonight and the status quo remains 14-1, is he now prepared to become the Tobago Council or put himself forward for leadership of the Tobago Council, the PNM?
It wouldn't happen automatically, you know. The PNM will meet as the PNM hopefully meets. It didn't do that last time. But now, in Trinidad, when they appointed and anointed Siodion, yeah? So given the Eric Williams model, which they have changed, the model of Eric Williams is the best model for the PNM, and so you will get the best person. Because when they bring people for screening, the whole process didn't belong to a leader. It belonged to the ground. And the people will say who they want. But now they reconfigured it. So the leader is in charge, one man, one vote, whatever. If they go back to the Eric Williams model, trust me, they're going to change. All right? And so they'll get the best person for the job because the people are now selecting. They're not selecting who the leader wants. They are selecting who they believe will do the needful for them.
Yeah.
Do you believe that people are influenced by party leadership versus candidates?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Listen, the Tobago Council of the PNM changed up their whole internal processes so that the leader could control who goes for election. So what you do, you put your people inside there. And so when the time is to vote, it's no longer the party groups. Is who you have in there, and they are voting who you want.
Democracy.
It's not. Listen, I am telling you, this is the reality, you know. Me and asking you, I'm telling you. So that is what they did, and that is how this is being run. So if Kelvin has to do this, the PNM has to reconfigure itself again.
Yeah.
Go back to basics, and I mean, my Bible tells me when you don't know where to go, stand at the crossroads and look, follow the ancient paths. And so if you know that is what the PNM needs to do that right now. As a matter of fact, I was having a conversation with another former PNM person. We all work together. And so I called him for some other thing. And he said, but you can't come on the phone and ask me more. So we had a conversation about it. And we said, boy, maybe, just maybe, I don't know, to go back in and try to help them. But we're not helping the PNM. We want to help Tobago. So how do we do that?
I think, you know, one of these. Okay, I am waiting. I'm getting notes here that it may very well turn out to be 15 now.
Oh, Jesus.
It is 15 now? I'm hearing the same thing.
So we are waiting official results, Dr. Mohammed.
Waiting official numbers, but it seems that 15-0 may be very well it. Now, I want to warn Tobago, and I want to say this: 15 is extravagant, and it is exciting, and it is jubilation, but there's two sides of this discussion that has to be had. It means, therefore, that Tobago has completely rejected the old form of the PNM, or what is normal, or what they had accepted as normal, and therefore, this may be the beginning of a new start, a new leaf for the People's National Movement. It may very well be that you've reached the lowest of the low, so you can only go up from here unless you're digging a rabbit hole for yourself.
But then there's a sequel to that. So the TPP has reached its pinnacle.
There you go. So there's the next thing. No, but hold on. There's a caveat to that. In the TPP reaching its pinnacle, it has to examine the conditions by which it got to its pinnacle. And the context and the conditions. People would not like Shane Mohammed because context is a word I like to use.
No, but it is.
And conditions are something that I would like to, that is important. Getting to your pinnacle meant that a man, the other side, was at an all-time low. That the country has, and the Tobagonian people, the PNM Tobagonian supporters say, we want this, we like this, all of them is a waste of time. Forget this, right? They throw Kelvin out too. I'll tell you all something though.
Yeah.
Last evening, as I was listening to the last rounds of the music, trucks and that sort of thing, about 9:30, I was online looking at social media. And I saw something that I didn't like, so I don't like to project until I wait, right? But I will say it tonight. I saw Kelvin Morris doing a live at 9:30 last night.
Sorry, 1 second,
Go
Shane.
ahead.
Do we have, oh no, this is
Ian Pollard's seat.
Yes, all right.
But I'll say something about the Ian Pollard seat. It shows that Ian has increased his numbers as well compared to the general election. So that's an improvement.
And remember what happened. He was one of the final selectees on the TPP.
And people were very vociferous and very adamant
yes, so
that
I
they
was
wanted
saying
him.
we saw the leader of the TPP listening to the voice of the people by choosing Ian Whitey Pollard.
Oh,
and
yes.
here we're seeing that it's paying, and it has paid off handsomely.
I will also say that in listening to Pollard, understanding what he represents for himself as a politician, that kind of thing, you need the parties, I would say, political parties across the board. They need Ian Pollards in it. Persons like Ian Pollard. So somebody who is unapologetically a PNM because they understand the ethos and the foundation and the principles and the history and all that. They're passionate about it. Ian is very passionate. I see Natisha has gone up to 1125, which she's skyrocketing now, right? She's blowing it out of the water. She's actually outperforming herself in 2021.
But you know, I mean, she was one of the persons I believe kind of did some work.
Oh yeah, you had that conversation.
So
one of the most popular.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about popular now. I'm
Favorable.
talking about actually doing
the work.
And so you could give her that.
Yes, no. Before you came on, I said that you know we're seeing 625 for Megan. I expect Megan would go up as well because you know it's the trajectory in terms of the difference between both are similar. But coming to Natisha, she earned her keep.
Oh yes, she did.
And you know, and again, you see when persons like yourself who are on the opposite side or in the background, when you're coming back, you're coming back, you're coming back, you're coming back.
But I want you to go back to what you were saying. You were saying you were giving us a story of last evening.
Last evening. When the noise was coming down, people were going home, they were getting ready. I think there was a prayer service, the TPP somebody had a live and they were praying and whatnot. And Kelvin was doing a live at 9:30 last night. He had 31 persons looking at him, but he looked really defeated. There was a lack of excitement or positivity.
That could have been exhaustion.
Body language, it could have been, and I did say that to myself, it could have been exhaustion. But what was significant is that he chose to do a live as a final push in the wee hours of preparation now, in that late hour, when he should have been taking a rest to get up at 4 o'clock to start the day. But the fact that they are saying that it's a possible 15-0 and you know he has lost the seat, really and truly now everybody has to do something.
Yeah, as a result, we haven't really seen much
Orlando.
of the Roxborough.
5 something. Wow,
it was 341 when they showed it just now.
That's 548 to 404. That's close, man. For Roxborough.
It is. And it's a nice, well, it's
I have
a mix of
confirmation now
youth on the
that
side of
15.
PNM.
Right? So,
versus, you know.
There's the 15-0. That's great expectations. Huh? Mandate has a great expectation.
Yes.
But a great expectation with a lesser number of persons supporting you.
Correct.
Based on the outcome and the turnout. And you're governing by minority now because the majority chose to not vote for either side. However, all is not lost. Competence is important. Putting people who can do the job in the roles that they are competent to do. Understanding that with 15, you now have to choose the best persons who can carry the torch in the role of secretary. I will also be very interested to see who becomes the presiding officer. I will also be interested in seeing who are the 3 councillors that come in to take up the spaces. I know there's at least one person that I would like to see in the lineup. I think she would be an ideal person to come in. But really and truly, what does this mean for the PNM in the next couple of months? It would be interesting now to see what does Dennis say? What does Morris say? And how does the PNM reconstruct itself, redesign? 4 years is a long way. There'll have to be a shadow opposition in Tobago. There would have to be a voice. Farley 1176, still consistent. but it's still lower than the past, right? If the maximum, he should go up to about 12 something to max out the night. But yeah, this is interesting. 15-0 is not bad, but it's not good. Because with the victory comes great expectation. I'll stand by that line, right?
Of course.
And great expectations require the highest caliber of competence to be steering the ship. There needs to be improvements in communication, availability of persons, how people balance executing the role of office of secretary, area representative, and as a human and a politician. I think this will, this positions Tobago closer to its autonomy based on the relationship between Trinidad and Tobago.
Let me interrupt you with this autonomy story.
Go ahead, yeah.
I have a real problem
with what it represents?
Autonomy story. Nobody has explained, what does it represent?
What it represents.
Nobody explains this. And the thing about it is, you have some autonomy, but you're not using it.
Greater autonomy is the word.
So let me ask you a question.
They will not, they say they have devolution of power.
No, but they don't have devolution. But we have some decentralization in some areas, devolution in some areas, but we have a hybrid.
Yeah.
And if we go to England and Wales, Wales has total devolution.
Yes.
Right? So when I visited them, during the other thing, and they explained to me how they have a full parliament.
Yeah.
Right? But they're still part of the UK. Yeah. So, but we ain't ready yet. And the thing about it is, you tell me about autonomy, but here what's going on. 1980, we got the Tobago House of Assembly. Yeah? Now it's 20 how much? 2025? We don't have one bank in Tobago. So if we have autonomy and all them bank and them gone, what would be we position?
Well, you see, the argument might be is that you have FCB.
We're still flying out people to Trinidad.
Yes.
So if we're talking autonomy, what is the infrastructure that we're putting in place for that autonomy? And we should have had so many things now. Look at Grenada. Hurricane Ivan lick up Grenada. Go Grenada now.
Yeah,
you understand? Right. So we just talking this foolish autonomy talk, and I'm tired of hearing it, and we're not putting anything in place.
Well, I think what has to come into play, and I think the expectation of the population would be that in the time to come, whether between now and the next 4 years, discussions, consultations, a white paper of some sort will emerge. I know there are whispers of a 2013 paper that may emerge again for a discussion. But there has to be consultations of massive proportions. I, however, I will also say that too much consultation delays the process. And therefore, consultation has to be very clear on deliverables. So that when you bring the paper, whatever version of this paper look like, whether it's a little bit of the PNM paper and a little bit of the TOP paper merged into one, that there has to be enough discussion, but clear direction as to what the achievables would be and where would it position the island in a complete, absolute devolution of power. I mean, there's also in the region the St. Kitts and Nevis model you can look at. Right?
Yeah, but the Wales model is the better one.
Yeah.
And that's the one that we would want to see happen. But when we talk about the consultation, and I want to give you an example. When I studied in Bahamas, right? I studied tourism in the Bahamas. And I'm happy I went there because Bahamas was really #1, raking in a set of money. That is all they have. And one of my projects was to interview, we had to interview somebody in the industry. And I chose to interview Vincent Van der Poel Wallace, who was the Director General of Tourism. And the man came out of his house on Saturday, I said, tell you all this serious, and sat with me and spoke with me. And you know what he said to me? He said, listen, when I came into this office, it had a sector development program on the shelf they're taking dust. He said, no, I dust them off. So don't tell me about no consultation again.
It's very spirited, but I am being told that we have to take a break. We do need a water break, I must say. But very good conversation, very good discussions, and we look forward to the rest of the evening. And I say the night is young, but we have some projections that are in, and most of it seems to be in, and we are looking at a TPP victory so far.
Blue wash.
Yeah, a blue wash.
Yeah.
And so we would then discuss what that means for Tobago, the next steps. Thank you.
So we have to stop being petty and foolish
for real.
And petty.
Bring the boss, man.
Yes, petty politics. We have to stop that nonsense.
We ain't gonna get there. We ain't reach there.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
Welcome to the speed round of getting money right. Let's begin. Name some of the red flags associated with an investment scam.
Pressure tactics to invest.
Correct.
Promise of money if you bring friends.
Correct.
Request for personal information.
Correct. Bonus question. What is the penalty for operating a pyramid or Ponzi scheme?
$10 million and 10 years in prison.
Correct. Well done. The scores are even, so we go to our tiebreaker question. You receive money in your account from an investment company, and they tell you to transfer it to a third account. Does that sound right?
I think about it, and that's not right.
Congratulations, you tinker! Getting Money Right is brought to you by the TTSEC. Visit investigateTT.com to access free learning resources and check the TTSEC for a list of registered individuals and securities. The Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission. You invest, we protect, everyone benefits.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO, and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
Welcome back to Tobago Channel 5's live coverage of the 2026 THA election. Tonight, what are we looking at so far? It looks like we're full blue tonight. All right, now I must say, we're going to be looking at some projections coming up on our screen so we could get some official, our Tobago Channel 5 projections. Let's allow that to come up. All right, so good. So okay, I'm told now that we can continue our conversation, and I'm happy to now introduce Pastor Terence Baines from the TPP, and I want to say TOP camp. And why I'm going to say that now, I'm going to ask the question, are we seeing a resurgence of the DAC, NAC, when, going into a campaign, especially when I saw that Tobago is we slogan? I wonder if that resonated more with Tobagonians and is now seeing a resurgence of NAR.
Well, good evening to the viewers and of course to my friend Mr. Mohammed, who is an analyst of sorts and
Odika.
Well, the thing is that on all the manifestations of opposition politics that we have been seeing in Tobago in more recent times has some kind of root in DAC or whatever was the banner at the time coming forward to where we are now. And it seems as if there are things that you build upon, there are things that are relevant and may become useful in a campaign. There are some things that resonate with people. I think the challenge is always to try and find some kind of banner or some kind of slogan that under which you could galvanize the kind of support that you're trying to have. And we are in a very interesting season in my mind. I am really no expert, but I suspect that we are in a very dynamic political season in the Tobago space. Looking at what we are seeing now, to whom much is given, much is required. I think that a whole lot more will be required of the TPP organization now, because it appears as if the people have given another resounding mandate, despite all the flaws and despite all the mistakes and so on. There is certainly still a lot of currency and perhaps a lot of trust that the Tobago people in large part still put in the organization. I think so now this idea of building this greatest little island has to begin with the greatest executive, first of all, in my humble view, and then of course continue in that vein with having the greatest policy and providing the goods and services to the greatest people. I think everything has to be great. The aspirations, because that is the bar that you've set. Everything has to. The aspiration has to be. There are no place for no excuses now. Actually.
Well, now speaking about great and the greatest little island campaign. Do you think that you could sustain that for another 4 years, knowing being in governance yourself, right?
Yes.
Would you would have seen the slow process, the bureaucracy, the red tape.
Yes.
Do you think that you could really sustain that in another election?
Well, the thing is that when you know,
especially when people have high expectations, and especially young people,
which is a critical point. Which is a critical point, and when we came into office, then the expectations were extremely high. And of course, when you're on the outside looking in, you are enthusiastic and you sell a kind of dream to the people that you want to support where you're going. You get into the actual office and you find that there are some checks and balances and there are some bureaucratic things and some administrative things that may pose a challenge. If you are not lettered in those things, you will find that all the ambitions that you had and all the excitement and the enthusiasm can find itself dead in the water.
Well said.
You understand? But I think that the experience is a critical thing, and I think that we have had to learn some things, very quickly. There's been a significant amount of administrative change in the last 4 years as well, particularly as it relates to procurement, which is like one of the engine room of delivery to our people.
Yes, yeah.
You understand? So to understand this particular regime and to make it beneficial and to make it useful to the program that you are now sharing with the Tobago people, the blueprint and so on. All the ducks have to line up. The thing about it is that the population don't have the time to wait on you. The population has given you this mandate and they expect, as my friend used to say, they expect results instantaneously, if not before. You understand? So I think, but of course, I think that the bodies that are around the table are those that have offered themselves, are intelligent people. I think that the Chief Secretary is an interesting leader. Sometimes one of the things with dynamic leaders, you don't always see where they're going.
All right, Pastor Baines,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
going to have to ask you quickly, just to allow us to Tobago
Certainly,
Channel 5 is
certainly.
ready to make another projection. And the Tobago Channel 5's THA 2026 projection is now for Plymouth Blackrock for the TPP, a Tobago Channel 5's projection for the 2026 THA election. Another projection I'm told is coming in for Lambo Lowlands, the TPP's Wayne Clark. Channel 5 has projected the winner for Lambo Lowlands. And I'm told coming in next, Bucco Mount Pleasant. Bucco Mount Pleasant, let's see what is the projection from Tobago Channel 5. Keegan, who did we see? Keegan Dunoon?
Yeah,
And for Signal Hill, Patience Hill, yes? Nigel Tate. And for Bon Accord Crown Point, Nikita Percy. For the TPP, right? So far, the Tobago Channel 5's projections, it's 10. Pastor Baines, how do you feel about not having an opposition at all?
Yeah, I mean, no, the thing is that we are accustomed to that in the politics, right? I mean, we've had this scenario in Tobago already, and unfortunately, we've had it in other jurisdictions in the region.
Mm-hmm.
I really did not spend enough time studying the
What it
dynamics of
means.
the politics there to be able to perhaps give the most intelligent reference. All I could see is that I believe that a tremendous amount of, shall I say, pressure is not the best word, but responsibility would be laid upon the members of the government. I mean, we have to see whether or not we could charter a new course with this, because this is the reality we are dealing with there, and it is very possible that we may see this again in the future. And unfortunately, I really can't reference when we had a readout, the last time and so on, and the impact that had on the politics of Tobago.
Maybe you could bring Shane in there.
Yes,
that would have been the result of that. Ended up with a steady climb in the other side. Mm-hmm. So they went from 12-0 to 10-2, and then they went on again to start to fall.
Yes.
So what it does is that you've peaked, and then you start tumbling down the hill. Now, Miss Eugene Job Davis made a very good point. She said, the bottom line is that the TPP has peaked because it now has 2 in the House in Trinidad, and it's 15-0 here.
Yes.
And you've come in with a good line that when you've given people, it's raising my pause, when you give people that level of responsibility, there are great expectations.
Certainly.
And you've also said that there's going to be the expectation that the best personalities and competencies now need to be selected from the 15 plus 3 councillors to hold roles that will carry the torch to ensure that, the mandate. And ironically, this is a mandate, and I'm speaking with Dr. Raghunath as well online. This is a mandate with less than 50% of a voter turnout.
Exactly. I was just about to speak about that and ask you about that, the gradual decline in voters.
Unfortunately, I don't need to be a sour lime in the party, and I don't want to throw the lime in people's face while they're sipping champagne. But you are governing an island with 15-0, but with less persons voting in your favor as compared to persons who chose to not vote at all.
Yeah, I was looking at the program earlier. One of the things that has been going around in my mind, certainly there's no scientific conclusion, but I wonder, Shane, if the real voters on either side is what is represented in a scenario list. Meaning, you made a point, or somebody made a point earlier, that when a government is doing really badly,
yeah,
because there's this group of people that do not belong to anybody. There's this group in the center, and we're not sure what that number is. It continues to grow. They are just there, they're in the country, and they see how the country is being run, and if they get fed up,
they come
out in mass.
Yes.
So you have these extraordinary numbers. But it seems as if when they're not so upset, let me put it that way, that there's a normalized, because clearly the numbers suggest that.
Of course.
And there must have been something, and I agree that there may be things on the part of the government that people did not appreciate, but to the point where they were not so disgusted.
Agree.
You understand? So, and I think what we have to perhaps look at, because sometimes this kind of overwhelming mandate, we have to make sure apathy and arrogance and insensitivity and those things don't become center stage.
Very well said.
You understand? And this is a bugbear of political organizations across the board.
Soap and water. Aside from the political advertisements, this, the flu and...
Yeah. You know, long time we are radio and a Spanish station just...
And these days we have to be careful, but the political fallouts happening, you know? Well, yes, but yes, go ahead.
Yes, so I really believe that the challenge that the government will face is to move the performance index.
Yes.
You understand? Move the performance index from something that may be deemed or perceived as superficial to another place. I am of the view as well that the performance of the team for the past 4 years must not be understated or you understand, because if you weigh performance or performance, if you use a 4-year cycle, you have to give credit for what was accomplished in that 4 years, and people pay attention to those things as well.
You know what I call it, and I said this on several platforms. I'll say it again to you. I said yesterday to CNC3, and I'll say it here, that it would have been terribly unfair for the population to have not voted back the TPP into office, given the fact that the TPP did a lot with little. Given the fact that the TPP fought for its rights and its entitlement from a central government where the Prime Minister felt as if he was dealing with children, and he was disrespectful in that regard.
Yes.
But what tonight also does is sends a very clear message to the party opposite, that whatever they had there happening is not acceptable in the Tobago space by even the Tobago supporters, and therefore they need to go back to the drawing board and start again, right? Sometimes when you hit rock bottom, you can only climb out of it unless you dig a rabbit hole for yourself, right? Now, in this instance though, for me as a scientist, the number is important, and you're right, there's a grouping of persons that you will never capture and you'll never know because they are left in the unknown and they will swing either way. And you rightfully say, they will be the ones that say, they're doing well, they don't need me, they've won already, let them stay there, right? But we know we sit in here in reserve. There's a group of persons, however, though, that has consistently between 21 and 25 and now 26 is starting to drop in the numbers for the TPP. So they're on a high in 21 and they're coming down till probably normalcy. That may be the people going into storage. That will be the people that will wane in 4 years, yea or nay.
But you know, the point you're making there, and perhaps a contributor to that is not having the high expectations met.
Correct.
You understand? Any government, I suspect, would be expected to, like one of the major concerns for Tobago obviously would be sustainable jobs. You understand? That is still a bugbear. That you have people who spend a lot of money on education and can't find a job that matches the education that they have. You understand? And so that is a challenge. I think as well, because we do not have a private sector per se in Tobago. So now you have the government employing upwards of 70% perhaps of the population, the working population. That is a challenge.
Of course it is.
Understand? So the options are very limited there. How many positions you can find in the government service to facilitate the rapidity at which there's a turnout of educated people in the community. A lot of people want to come back and work in Tobago, but the work options are very limited.
Limited. Agreed.
You understand?
Agreed.
So we have that challenge. I think also I have always been concerned. I think I've been fortunate to travel around the region, especially particularly English-speaking Caribbean, and notice that these destinations, jurisdictions that don't necessarily have like natural gas and these kinds of things, they may just, tourism may be the thing.
Okay, yes,
but
can I
certainly.
Please remember it. I'm
Yes.
sorry about that, but we are being asked across now to the people's all rights. Yes, no, gentlemen on studio, please. Yes, all right. So okay, we're told. Okay, I'm sorry about that, Pastor.
Okay, yeah, yes.
Yes,
so I was making the point that these people set up their tourism product in a kind of way. I mean, I have, one of the things that I noticed, I have gone to St. Thomas several times. St. Thomas they have some beautiful beaches, they have a pretty decent golf course. The only novelty that I have seen in that country is there is a restaurant on top of a hill, and they take a cable car from the one to go to the restaurant. And I have been in St. Thomas and saw 14 cruise ships. The largest one at the time was in Monarch of the Seas. And the guy that I was staying with, he works for the federal government where they gather the information. And he told me, Baines, we have 23,000 people on this island. And what I'm saying is that they set up the product in such a way, right, that it draws you in, you spend your money. A man sell me a piece of stick. A man sell me a piece of stick in Dodge River Falls in Jamaica. I know it's a stick.
But you still bought it.
But the sales pitch was so captivating that I tell him, give me the stick. You understand that? The point I'm making is, I think that we have to do a little more work with the tourism products. Mm-hmm. You understand? And this is not at all to suggest that the secretary and they were not doing work. That's not what I'm saying. But in order for us to provide other job options, we have to do some other things. And I think the tourism sector is one. We have to find ways to do this, to have some kind of private sector in Tobago.
Means it's not only just that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We sometimes, and this is something I wrote about and I would share with you all, I've said this on an international platform. The problem that we've had in both the Trinidad and Tobago context as it pertains to improving the public sector is that we don't think like a private sector, we think like public sector. Mm-hmm. And you can't expect to use a public sector model to sustain entrepreneurship and innovation because it won't work. Because the public sector is not designed to sustain. It's transactional, it's not transformational.
Yes, yes.
So when we look at, and we envy the Bajan and the St. Kitts and the Tortula and the St. Thomas, what their product looks like, we now need to start looking at building capacity here on the island of Tobago, Trinidad, as the case may be. But building capacity utilizing a different model, business model, not a public sector model. So this is where I could switch off a little bit of the political science and bring in the MBA part of me that lectures in the MBA. When I speak to my students at the MBA level, and especially when I teach in entrepreneurship and innovation, I can take the models of entrepreneurship and innovation and teach it to the government to say, listen, if you all need help in building a tourism product, you have to do this, this, and this in order to find where the gaps are in order to build something that is sustainable, something that is innovative, something that is entrepreneurial, something mind-blowing. That's not where we are. We continue to want to build a model based on just simply public sector mindsets. And we need to move towards a private sector mindset, which is in bringing into the perspective the system and the models of entrepreneurship and the theories of entrepreneurship. When you start looking at it from that lens, you're going to find the answers. Yeah. And that's not hard.
So do you think it's the THA's responsibility to build that capacity in the private sector?
I think it's the THA's responsibility to own the model because it's Tobago's product, so that whoever is coming in as the new tourism and antiquities and culture secretary, one of the things that I would suggest is that there should be a business development unit that forms part of the organization that is vested with the information and vested with the responsibility of building a product and a model based on entrepreneurship and innovation. When you build that, it then drives the policy outside to the private sector, indicating from a policy direction, what do I, as the Division of Tourism, want to achieve? And these are the deliverables, and this is where the private sector plays a role. That is a give and take and a public-private partnership kind of scenario. It builds capacity, it allows for innovation, it allows for entrepreneurship, it allows for employment, it employs for divesting as well, decentralizing some authority as well, but also driving the policy. Sometimes we get caught up in not only driving the policy, but driving the business too. But once you have a policy that is rooted in entrepreneurship and innovation, and you see it from the business development perspective, and you write that policy, and what your deliverables are, then you can send it out what you want for the tourism from a hotelier's capacity, from antiquities capacity, from a craftsman's, how much ships you want in the port.
Right. But I wanted to perhaps jump in a little bit. Now, I think in the Division of Finance, there's a business development unit. Right?
Correct.
Right. But you see, perhaps the challenge is that Tobago has this public sector work ideology that is.
But that's what you said
earlier.
You shouldn't blame Tobago alone. Trinidad too.
No, well, I mean,
all right. So we have to cut, and we're going to cross now to the PNM's headquarters now to hear from political leader of the Tobago Council, Mr. Ansel Dennis.
Now we do it quick, the rain starting to drizzle. Yeah. Let we go.
Yeah. All right, so good evening, everyone. I am here to do two things. Number one, I'm here to concede defeat in this Tobago House of Assembly election, notwithstanding the fact that I think we ran an extremely good race and an extremely good campaign. The people of Tobago have spoken, and such is democracy. And I want to thank the people that supported the PNM. I want to thank the candidates, some of them here with me this evening, the 14 of them, excellent, outstanding individuals who offered themselves at a very difficult time for the People's National Movement, trying to move from opposition back into the Tobago House of Assembly, offering the people of Tobago something different, something bold, something new, to put Tobago first again. It was not meant to be, obviously, and as I said before, that is democracy at work, and as is always the case in the PNM, we respect the wishes of the people of Tobago and we accept these results in this election. I want to thank our supporters, the campaign team. There are people out there who chose to register their support for the PNM, signaling that they believed in what the PNM has to offer the people of Tobago at this point in time. But in democracy, in this kind of democracy, the majority rules. And some of the seats we lost by very narrow margins. We don't have the final numbers as yet. but I expect there to be some recounts along the way. I think, Kelvin, you lost your seat by 17 votes, so obviously there will be a recount in that case. And the second thing I want to say to the people of Tobago is that I intend to support a transition to new leadership within the Tobago Council of the People's National Movement. I will be 39 on Wednesday, and I will be calling it a day or perhaps a week in politics, right? I think I have offered myself to the people of Tobago from 2012 at a very tender age to now. I had the opportunity to serve as an assemblyman for the people of Bukumong Pleasant. I served as an assistant secretary, deputy presiding officer, and then most recently as chief secretary. And as usual, when you preside over a defeat, it is usual for the political leader to step aside. And I want to say thanks to the people of Tobago and to the people of this party for the opportunity to serve. It is not something I took lightly over the years. I considered it a great opportunity and a great responsibility to serve the people of Tobago, right? But following the results of this election, I will be stepping aside at an appropriate time. Of course, it will be done responsibly to ensure that there is, as smooth as possible, a transition to whoever will emerge as the next leader of the PNM here in Tobago. In fact, we are due to have internal elections in April of this year, which is in 3 months. And I will discuss with the leadership all the possibilities, including the possibility of having the internal elections sooner than they are due, so that we can transition and prepare for the next 4 years and prepare to hold the next or the same THE administration accountable as far as we possibly can.
What do you think in terms of the PNM? Where did the PNM go wrong?
Well, it's difficult to say at this point. I really cannot evaluate at this point in time and say to you that there are things, especially during the last 3 or so months, that we would have done differently. Again, I think the campaign was an excellent one from all reports. I think the messaging was very appropriate and relevant. I think there were sufficient issues in this election that we highlighted. And of course, we will do the necessary analysis of the election results at the appropriate time. In fact, the campaign team will meet before the end of this week, and the leadership as well will meet to discuss the outcome of this election and to see how we go forward.
Mr. Augustine would have said earlier today that, the issue of the radar is not something that swayed the voters. What's your take on that?
Well, it's difficult to see because, again, without analyzing the results carefully, it's difficult to see because when you evaluate the results of the election, it points to this administration winning with less votes, significantly less votes it appears to be, and I don't have all the numbers at present, but I'm just talking based on the information I've seen. Less votes than they won in 2021. So it points to a certain level of lethargy and a certain level of disinterest in the people of Tobago, where this particular election was concerned. But the radar is an issue, and it will continue to be an issue as long as we continue to have that radar in Tobago. But of course, the results of the election can certainly be taken as an indication that the people of Tobago may have no issue with the radar, among other things that transpired over the last 4 years.
The TPP at the Esplanade is claiming that 15-0. Can you confirm or deny? And it's still preliminary figures at this point in time.
Right, so I don't have the final results. What I can say is that we have lost the election. I don't know how many seats. I don't know the margins as yet. but we have lost the election as I conceded before.
What we were told by the EDC's CEO is that preliminary results indicate 15-0 in favor of the TPP.
And again, I have not seen the preliminary results as yet.
People are already saying that it seems as though the PNM is dead in Tobago. Do you respond to that?
The PNM will never die. The PNM will never die. You see, anybody who says that does not understand the history of the politics and the history of the PNM. From 1980 to 2001, more times than not, in fact all the time, I think we had just one seat in the Tobago House of Assembly. We rose to taking responsibility for the Tobago House of Assembly for 21 years. And anybody who says that the PNM is dead does not understand the political history of the PNM and of this island and this country by extension. So the PNM is not dead. We are certainly defeated tonight, and we are not sore losers. We will never be sore losers. In fact, I am in very good spirits. I've accepted learning. I don't like to call it losing, but I've accepted learning as a part of life. And of course, going into any undertaking, you always, and maybe it's a life lesson for all of us, you always have to be prepared for any outcome.
I mean, there is no representation. If it is in fact 15-0, of course there would not be any opposition. So how do you envision a Tobago House of Assembly over the next 4 years?
Well, if that's what the people of Tobago choose, then all of us will have to live with it. But I can tell you that as a political party, under new leadership at the appropriate time, I am sure that systems will be put in place to try as best as possible to hold this administration accountable. And we have said a lot on the platform in this election campaign, and therefore I will not repeat it. But it is very important that we find ways to hold this administration accountable to the people of Tobago, or else we will continue to have even greater issues than we had over the last 4 years.
In the past few elections, we saw, I think, 57% voter turnout, just short of it. In 2021, it would have been about 50% upwards for the past few elections. It seems as though it's a low voter turnout. Do you think there's not enough confidence in the voters in Tobago itself?
Yes, I did indicate earlier that there seems to be some lethargy. And the people of Tobago may perhaps be losing interest. And this election perhaps indicates that people are not necessarily satisfied with the governance given to them over the last 4 years, and understandably so. But for some reason, notwithstanding the fact that I think we had a solid campaign, a solid message, and so on, people were not moved towards supporting the People's National Movement or towards supporting change. And I must admit that I saw those indications earlier when I realized that the voter turnout was not as high as I expected it to be.
Do you think you not stepping down or stepping aside as leader of the PNM Tobago Council would have contributed to today's defeat?
Perhaps, I don't know. In 2021, we lost an election like tonight, right? 14-1. And I decided to take on the responsibility of leading the party at that time. Could I have stepped down? Perhaps I could have. But I don't think it would have been in the best interest of the party to step down during that 4-year period. But I'm stepping down very soon. And I hope that will make a lot of people more happier.
When did you notice this dissatisfaction among the electorate in Tobago? Was it during the campaign? Was it earlier on?
The dissatisfaction with what exactly?
The voters in Tobago. Is it something that you noticed during the campaign trail when you were talking to people?
No, not necessarily. In fact, as I said, the campaign was very vibrant, very energetic. We were able to attract massive amounts of people to meetings, to Tobagonians. We were having the conversations on the ground. The candidates were talking to people, talking to the electorate. And our information is that people were dissatisfied. But for some reason, on election day, that dissatisfaction was not reflected in the results.
Some are saying that, while it is a sweep, it is not something to celebrate because of the voter turnout. Do you share that same sentiment? Because it seems like people are just dissatisfied with.
Yeah, and I did indicate that before, that the low voter turnout signals some level of disinterest in the process, or a significant level of dissatisfaction, that we don't like what happened over the last 4 years, but we're still not prepared to support the change. I've heard people say, well, let's give them some more time. We have said on the campaign trail, some more time to do what? To further abuse and victimize Tobagonians. But again, the people decided, and we respect the results. And yes, the results were pretty close in a number of the seats. And elections and election nights are about swings. And we did not achieve the swing that was needed to bring home the majority of seats.
There's also the comment that there are no longer any safe seats for the PNM in Tobago with these results tonight. Just respond to that.
There is no safe seat anywhere in Tobago. As I said, it's about swings, and the swing could go either way at any point in time. In an electorate of 3,000 people per district, where the margins of victory are, I guess you consider 700 votes a landslide victory. In the context of Trinidad, a landslide is about 7,000, 5,000 plus votes. That's 7,000 landslide. All it takes is a swing of 350 votes to erase that, and that can happen very, very easily.
And just one last question. I just want you to speak directly to your supporters, those who are actually having a hard time with the results. Just speak directly to them. What would you say to them?
Well, I'll say to them, do not lose hope in the PNM, and do not lose hope in Tobago, right? The elections are over, and we must continue to do the work to build our party and to build this island. And I want to say that there is a lot of work for the members of this party to continue to do, and there's a lot of work for the next leader to do, so that hopefully in the next 4 years we will be able to attract the kind of support from the people of Tobago to make a difference in the next Tobago House of Assembly elections.
Mr. Dennis, we've heard from you so far. Let's talk to Mr. Morris. One question. Are you going to be throwing your hat into the ring for leader of the PNM?
Well, clearly one was not enough. But that question doesn't arise at this time. We take it one day at a time. I'm still contemplating whether we will. The political leader and I will decide about the recount, and we take it from there. And, so it's all a matter of taking one step at a time. The first thing, we analyze and assess whether we do the recount, and thereafter we see the results of that, and we go forward from there. Thanks.
Thank you.
So that's it.
Thank you.
Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Yes, conceding, as well as his statement was, I will support a new transition. I think he said, I'll move forward from here on. He didn't come out and say he will resign. immediately. Would you want to have seen an immediate resignation? Mr. Huey Cadet, who rejoins us now and said, putting you in the hot seat.
No, I think he has indicated that he would have a transition. The council election is due in April or May of this year, which is in a relatively short time. So I think he has made the choice to be part of that transition. I think the important thing is that for the members of the PNM and the party in general is about taking a long, hard look at ourselves and determining where did we go wrong, what do we need to do differently, what are the fundamentals that we need to go back to that was so successful for so many years, and who are the people, whether new, and as Shane alluded to, and who may be experienced, that we need to get together to obviously work with the party, but then there's also the governance element in terms of how do you now find a way to advocate and to champion the issues while being out of the official governance structure. So all of those things I think the party has to discuss. I think it has a long history. It's not the first time we have lost the election. I think what is important is how we respond and how we reflect and how we react and how we rebuild and how we reset. I think that is going to be the major difference between 1986 and all those different, the 2010s and the 2025, you know. That deep, hard look, meaningful look at ourselves and who are the persons that we need and what we need to do differently if we are to become a force in Tobago in the next election in 2030, which also coincidentally will also have general election in that year if things go in plan. So.
No, it's not an easy task, you know, what he just did there. And he's 39 years old, you know, a young man, and, you know saying the thrill of the victory and the agony of defeat. And he stood well, you know, and he made his pronouncements. Coming now, going back to the party now, succession planning. Who do you think you personally would have liked to see take up that responsibility of leader? Who do you have anyone in mind?
Someone who is vibrant, who understands the party, understands the people, is prepared to shoulder the weight of being out of governance at the national level and in Tobago, and understands the work that is required. I think those are the characteristics. I will put that out there as opposed to pointing to a name, an individual. I think those are the characteristics we need to look for. Someone who understands and understands the dynamic of Tobago too, because politics in Tobago is different. It's a lot different. It's 99% homogeneous, and as opposed to the national level where we have race plays a lot in Tobago politics is different. And we have to ask ourselves, despite the myriad of missteps or issues that we believe we should have capitalized on, that people probably felt the disappointment, but why were we still not seen as a good alternative? That's the first question we have to ask ourselves. And I think that's an important question in the days ahead. If in 4 years' time, and of course even in between, because we have a local government election in 2 years, so while we're not part of that, obviously it's going to be an important milestone for the party of itself.
Agree. Yeah. And preliminary results coming in from the EBC, according to our head of news, Aisha Keynes-Dumas, is that the result is 15-0 in favor of the TPP. That piece of information coming in there. And of course, we'll be standing by to get more information about another statement to come in tonight, of course, obviously, from the
TPP.
Yes, from the TPP. I'm hearing, gentlemen, are you saying something to me now? Are we crossing now for a break? All right, so Shane.
You're right. I think it is very important. Nobody, from where I sit, having seen victories and defeats, it's a chilling moment. It's a hair-paw-raising moment. But it's also something that humbles you. And I think sometimes humbling is necessary in the trajectory as you rise towards power and you go back and forth, understanding what you did, what didn't do, should have done, ought to do, could have done. And you're very correct. I think I will add to your list, you want a leader who wants it. Somebody who, and I've said this to other parties, I will say it here, You can't want something for someone more than they want it for themselves. And when you want something more for someone more than they want it for themselves, and you hoist them into a role that they don't necessarily want or feel passionate about, then you're not going to get the best out of them, and then you're spinning top in one. And I think at the point now where the PNM is at, I think this in all of my years, this is the lowest I've seen them since 86. All right, this is the worst that they've ever been, down and out. But unless you're digging a rabbit hole for yourself, I'll say that again, you can only come up. But to not dig the rabbit hole, you have to ask the hard questions. You have to answer the hard questions, point the fingers where you need to, which is something that sometimes your familial ties don't want you to do, because you go break friendships and that sort of thing. But when you carry the responsibility, you have to accept all of the responsibility of what you've shouldered, what you didn't do, what you could have done, ought to have done. But I do think that there is enough human capacity, but old and new. Sometimes you have to go back to your moorings in order to go forward and stick to tradition rather than be too quick to change and to morph into something that you lost your way. And I think that's where the PNM has been over the years. They've lost their way. And not listening to themselves and taking advice, having leadership that suffers from hubris and all of that, has all ties into collapsing to where they are today. But I will say this in terms of how do you position yourselves as an alternative or an opposition without office, is that choose the battle strategically and get away from the bacchanal and the scandals that tend to be an easy win, and fight for the things that actually have depth and that you can put a meaning to it, and that there will be people who will ask the question, that's true. I remember Mr. Cadet asking this question about X or Y. That's a real question, not just something that is because it's an easy win. Easy wins ain't winning, That's what it is showing today. And as, Kelvin being that one person, if he doesn't want to do the recount, he doesn't have to do the recount. Nobody should pressure him into the recount. He could call it a day, take a breather, and come back again. Dust himself off. That's all part of the human nature that comes with losing an election and losing office. And that's the realistic approach that I will say. That if the PNM has to be sustained and come back again, it does have to do some serious introspection.
Yeah, okay. Well, at this point, I'm going to have to maybe ask our team to, we take a break now, and if there's any other words that you would like to share with our audience.
Well, I think you have to get down to the business of governing Tobago. The unique thing of this Tobago Assembly is the whirlwind that is this week of elections. So you have Monday night, you have elections, and people begin to, and then by Thursday you're sworn in the assembly, and Friday usually sworn in as secretary, so people get down to business really quickly.
Yes.
Unlike that probably happens at the national level, where there's sometimes some time between selecting ministers and cabinet and what have you. And I think what all of us who consider ourselves politicians have to see in this is that a significant proportion of the people on this island said, hey, we ain't sure either of you are doing and carrying this island in the direction we want to carry. And therefore, the people who take over tomorrow, who becomes the secretary and assemblyman, is for everybody. Not just those who voted who was in blue, but those who was in red, and even those who stayed away, or those who vote because they're Jehovah's Witness or whatever. You have to represent all of them. And because if the boat going down, all of us who do have visas, but can't live in this thing, and all of us are affected. I think that has to be the focus of it. So now that the campaign is over and you've won, I think it's now time to get down to governing and getting us back to the point where our tourism sector is where it is, where our programs for young people and sport is where it should be. I think that's the loudest message for the night. Besides, of course, the PNM losing one more seat, is the amount of people who said, we're not sure any of these people, or what they're saying, or what you do, or how you're doing it, is how we would like it done. And therefore is that no vote message is something that I think is loud and clear, and whoever goes forward tomorrow as the days ahead as Secretary of Education and this and that, I think people have to say, how can I do better? How can I stop alienating and get more people on board? Because it's only 61,000 people, and there are stadiums in Europe that hold more people than Tobago, and we have to put that in perspective. Yeah.
Yes. All right, so our team is still, we're still waiting to stand by to cross over and also to take another break. What about the leadership challenges? You had in Trinidad, you have the Penelope Beckles versus the former Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley, and his presence coming here to Tobago during the elections. What do you think of, with the...
Well, I know Shane likes to comment to this angle. Let Shane start. Let me hear Shane.
I honestly think that that's a very real thing that the opposition leader is battling. I think it's unfair that she's battling that. I think it's unnecessary. I think when someone decides to retire from politics and they give up the crown, you must give it up absolutely and allow the new monarch to reign and not try to undermine. I noted that Dr. Rowley did try on 2 occasions to come into the discussion in Tobago.
Yes.
And I will say that had that publicly happened, I think the election results would have happened faster than it happened tonight. And it would have been worse than it was tonight. You might ask me how much worse it could have been. Well, everything that Ansel said was close, might have been wide. Because, something that no longer serves you just simply no longer serves the system. And people, you have to respect how people feel.
And according to the Gen Z generation, you have to read the room.
Yeah,
like
you have to read
get
the room.
The message, yeah.
You have to understand it. But I do believe that this is the opportunity for the political leader and opposition leader to rebuild the party once and for all with a clear mandate. And I think this is not a bad thing. It's only bad if the wrong persons get into the leadership roles and they don't have the passion and the vision that is needed. But I will also say that I don't think that Tobago could be, and this may be a little bit utopian too, and I speak bad of utopianism, but it doesn't mean that because the PNM has lost, that they can't, and PNM personalities cannot contribute to the dialogue and the discussions. I mean, at the end of the day, tomorrow everybody needs to come together for the greater good of the island, and what the models and what these systems and et cetera, that they desire to provide the prosperity for the island that it so much it needs or wants or have yearned after. I think even in the discussion of autonomy, I can't see why the world can't exist where members of the PNM contribute to the discussion and the dialogue as to what that autonomy looks like. And I think, very importantly, what autonomy looks like is a question that should be answered, and it should be put on paper in a structure, and then it should be done it should be mapped out short, medium, long term, so that by the time you're ready to create a bill that becomes an act that gives the island its autonomy, it is done so well and so exceptionally that everybody is excited about it. And it's not just another bill or another act that was done in absolutism that you could say in 5 years, oh my God, what did we do, right? So I think all of that collaboration is important. I think the adversarial aspect of this thing is over. And I will really and truly still hope that 15-0 doesn't create personalities of hubris and office of hubris. That's not what the country needs. That's not what the island needs. And I think that's not what the people of Tobago, specifically voters, non-voters, abstentions, vexers, the list goes on. Those that are in storage who are swing voters, that's not what they're calling for. They want a direction, and the direction should be something that is pleasing to all, and not one that is only, this is going to sound bad, but I have experienced under a Keith Rowley administration where there wasn't a space for persons like myself and my colleagues because we didn't sing the same tune. But you don't necessarily need to sing the same tune to provide a perspective that allows for something of a greater vision. So that's important to understand as well.
Mm-hmm. And that direction you're speaking about earlier in terms of leadership, the message now should perhaps come from Tobago arm and not necessarily from the Trinidad arm. How do you see that going forward in terms of the succession planning?
Well, we can't get away from the fact that at this point in time, let me say that, put that on the table, that the PNM is a national party with a Tobago Council. But I say at this time, in the sense that the Tobago Council, that entity, only came into being in 1998. So it means then, therefore, that the PNM has to look at itself, both at and its functions in Tobago, to determine how does this Tobago Council and what do we need to do differently, and what structures or shapes that we may need to have happen in order to make the PNM in Tobago continue to be relevant in this new dynamic. I think that's something, and that's what you have to discuss with the party membership and the leadership at all levels.
All right. Okay, so I'm told now we will take a break now, yes? And we thank you again, Mr. Cadet, for sticking with us and being that voice of the People's National Movement.
Happy to be here.
Even in concession, but we appreciate your comments, because we're looking at the maturity and going forward as an island, more than just the politics, but Tobago's development, yes? So we'll take a quick break and come back now with more for you next.
Cathedral Credit Union is celebrating big. Get up to $81,000 at just 0.8% interest with our anniversary loan. And because Christmas is in the air, we're spreading cheer with up to $60,000 at only 1%. Visit cathedralcutt.com or call 235-6947 today. Cathedral Credit Union. Member owned, member focused.
Need furniture and appliances for your home at affordable prices? It's time to visit JG's Furniture and Appliances Limited at their showroom at Smithfield No. 2 in Scarborough. There's more room to shop, more furniture and appliances, more brands to choose from, all at the same affordable price. Get everything you need to furnish your home, like stoves, fridges, washing machines, couches, dining sets. They even have swing chairs, school desk, chase lounges, sports sets, garden benches, day beds, and coffee tables. JG's is perfect for gift ideas for new and established homeowners. A wide variety of furniture and appliances. After 35 years, JG's is still Tobago's top choice for furniture and appliances. Visit their showrooms either at Orange Hill Road or Smithfield No. 2. JG's, make your dream home come true.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO, and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
Cathedral Credit Union is celebrating big. Get up to $81,000 at just 0.8% interest with our anniversary loan. And because Christmas is in the air, we're spreading cheer with up to $60,000 at only 1%. Visit cathedralcutt.com or call 235-6947 today. Cathedral Credit Union. Member owned, member focused.
Need furniture and appliances for your home at affordable prices? It's time to visit JG's Furniture and Appliances Limited at their showroom at Smithfield No. 2 in Scarborough. There's more room to shop, more furniture and appliances, more brands to choose from, all at the same affordable price. Get everything you need to furnish your home, like stoves, fridges, washing machines, couches, dining sets. They even have swing chairs, school desks, chase lounges, sports sets, garden benches, day beds, and coffee tables. JG's is perfect for gift ideas for new and established homeowners. A wide variety of furniture and appliances. After 35 years, JG's is still Tobago's top choice for furniture and appliances. Visit their showrooms either at Orange Hill Road or Smithfield number 2. JG's, make your dream home come true.
From our teams in the field, we are seeing scenes of jubilation on the Esplanade tonight, and it's a sea of blue. We're seeing that Keegan Denoon supporters have just arrived, and we are standing by at any given moment. We'll be hearing from the TPP's camp, their statement, of course, for victory at the polls. Now, we just heard we're rejoined by Pastor Baines and Mr. Goodness. Anthony James, yes. It's a long night, folks, yes? So Anthony James, who was with us at the very start of the night, you know? And Mr. James, we'd ask you for your immediate response to the defeat and that concession speech from Mr. Ansel Dennis of the People's National Movement.
Well, Tobago is where Tobago is at this point in time. The PNM has lost 15-0. Not much different from the last result, 14-1. In fact, some people felt that the PNM had lost 15-0. So the only real difference is that you wouldn't have a minority or an opposition set up in the House. But the question is, do we need that? We were discussing constitutional reform a long time. We have inherited a British system here, very antagonistic and adversarial. So we have to have government and we have to have opposition. I'm totally against that, actually. And maybe the divine voice is speaking here. We also have the question of representatives becoming secretaries and so on. I'm against that, really. And Tobago doesn't need that. You need a system where the chief executive picks his own cabinet, picks his own executive council, and pick people based on the competency and so on. A representative is in fact a representative to represent the area, and he represents that area, or he or she represents the area only. We have to decide in Tobago, not Trinidad, we have to decide in Tobago exactly what do we want. And this has nothing to do with Trinidad. What style of government is best suited for us? Now, the question of with the false label about autonomy is going on for a long time. Right? If we listen to ourselves, it's time to be one and get serious. We listen to ourselves. We are here in Tobago fighting up about some fancy, complex equation about autonomy and autonomy and autonomy. Trinidad is not discussing that. And we are coming last, and we are something so foolish, really. I really want to speak to that. We are something so deadly stupid here. Trinidad is not talking autonomy, but we are talking autonomy. What does that mean? It means that some sort of inequity exists here. How is it so difficult to just deal with the matter? No, you're celebrating independence in Trinidad and Tobago. Celebrating Tobagonians are celebrating independence and still fighting for autonomy. What is that? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's a simple story that Tobago governs Tobago completely. That's what it is. Unless we are half people. Unless we are an inadequate people and we are confessing that we are infidels, we are invalid. So we're not whole people. So we can't govern ourselves. So we're looking to go, you even talk about going around to make some kind of crazy bill. What is that really? You're making a bill to do what? And when you finish with that bill, you're under Trinidad again. Our rights have been forfeited, our land, our territory is forfeited, our right to do, and then we're still saying autonomy. And when in fact, what we are really discussing is not really being autonomic. The whole thing is just crazy, really.
Oh, Pastor Baines, what would you say to that? In terms of autonomy, the accusation is it's always used as a political football.
Well, I don't necessarily subscribe to that. I mean, one thing about this space, Tobago, and the political firmament for that matter, you have a myriad of views. People feel strongly about the views that they hold. Mr. James has his view. I have my view, and I am just as passionate about my view. The thing is that what I see in my mind's eye in terms of design is a Tobago that is the best Tobago that we can have. And that will require the best type of leadership, first of all. It will also require the best type of policies. And the deficiencies that we have been subject to as it relates to our internal governance setup, we have to work to fight to get those things resolved. The question is, at present, we are locked into a system not of our doing. And we have to find a way. You know, sometimes we could be going the same place, but we don't necessarily have to take the same route. The destination really is the issue. And so my view on that generally, I think that the autonomy question has to be a question, well, at least for me, that we continue to have. My coming into understanding of the politics of Tobago, I am by no means a well-learned politician. In fact, I may just be a grassroots man who understands day-to-day life, and I try to learn as I go along. I came into the political landscape in 2005, when I started to pay attention to what was taking place, and over the years, there are some basic things that I have gathered, and in more recent times, some of the things that impact the development that we really trying to achieve. And so any government in Tobago has to have that as a priority. And the passion about the change is one thing, but we have to also consider what are the facilities before, what are the challenges before us, how are we going to navigate that to get what you want.
And speaking of going forward,
yes.
This was a very contentious and emotional election, especially coming down to the end. We saw a lot of hostility coming down. Sure. What do you have to say to the people, especially the Gen Z generation or the younger folks who?
Well, the thing is that elections and stuff, we know people get very passionate about that globally, and I suspect every election in Tobago has had stuff, all of it may not have been publicized. You understand? And because we have a
social media, yes.
So even what we have seen, I don't even know if we have sufficient evidence to say that this election, in terms of the passions and what we have seen, is worse than the last election or the one before. It may be that the things just didn't come to the fore as they are now. You understand? More people paying attention to the election now and stuff, and you have more people have access to devices and that kind of thing to capture stuff. But all in all, I think that we still run a very civil kind of campaign. I have looked at campaign around the region and stuff, and I see some kind of thing, and you say, boy, listen, you have to give thanks, But we one thing I will agree with Mr. James about what he said earlier, and it goes back even to the construct of the house. I was told the horseshoe setup was designed for meaningful collaboration. I think this antagonistic thing has outlived its usefulness, in my humble view. I really think so. And I also suspect that the population have become wary of it as well. You understand? So, you see all this there was a time when people had the stomach for in an election campaign. People say all kind of thing about the next man and find all kind of mud they could find and those kind of thing and they're back and forth. It seems to me that people just fed up with this kind of thing.
I saw it in the threads. You see it in the threads on all social media pages and people saying that.
I must say as well that annexed to that though, that the population have become more alert and more interested in the issues that surround an election campaign and that kind of thing. I did not really get to peruse the PNM's manifesto, not the blueprint for that matter.
Yes.
Right? But the fact is that people are the population is presented with information that people can interface with. You understand? And the issue of the credibility of the people that you try to put into office has to be something that you have a conversation about. And so the matter of putting facts in the public space and let the public interact with that and make a decision, I think all those are healthy components in where we're trying to go. Right?
And do you agree with that, Mr. James, that with Pastor Baines, that we're not looking at political loyalty, but now policy? Do you think, and then you for one, you have been very vocal in the Tobago space, as we see, and I know he's been alluding to that you know that people are free to speak at will and say as they please. Do you think that will help or hurt as well and going forward? What's going to be your position going forward? Because you have, as I said, have been pretty vocal about your dissatisfaction with the TPP.
We need leadership. We have to stop following in Tobago. We have to stop following. We need to lead. Without a vision, the people perish. Without a proper understanding of our history. I'm tying the vision with history. The fact is, the history we have come from is one of captivity, subordination. So it's not necessarily unique to Tobago. All the territories in the Caribbean, in the region here, begin predicated upon, and all the reggae singers, they sing about it. They want to achieve their destiny. Every man got a right to decide his own destiny. We know others have gotten into their destiny and charting that in Barbados, in Trinidad, in Antigua, Barbuda, all around the Caribbean, right? People are looking to govern themselves. That is it. The reason why the government in Trinidad is they inherit that self-governance down there is because the British left back a system there. In 1889, the system in Tobago was disrupted and literally closed down, and Tobago was left in the dark ages. Then the House Assembly was reborn, not completely, in 1980. That really is the issue. Tobago was made a ward. Tobago must stop being a ward. What does that mean? Before Tobago was not a ward, there was a complete governmental system here. And that is what has to return. All the crazy talk about autonomy and fitting into a Trinidad constitution is madness. What you're doing here, you're giving Trinidadians ownership of the life and the story of the people of Tobago. And somehow considering ourselves to have arrived and we are free. It's crazy. There was a complete governmental system. That's why the street going up to President's House is named Government House Road. There was government here. We can jump here, jump there. We have to go back to the place. That is where the discussion about autonomy and all of that come in.
But Mr. James, you know, you're speaking to an older generation there who have those memories of Tobago's history, their political history, and we now have a younger generation, and they are unfortunately dying out, you know, let's face it. So how are we going to get that message across to the younger generation now, especially somebody like yourself who's very vocal on social media?
I didn't learn it in school. I didn't learn the history in school, but I know that I have a right to govern myself. And I know as a collective, it means therefore that there must be a sovereign executive in Tobago, a sovereign legislature, and a sovereign judiciary. This is what has to happen here. What is going on in Tobago here is an executive There's no judiciary sovereignty in Tobago, and there's no legislature. We just call in the House Assembly a legislature. It's a lie. All that is to the Tobago House of Assembly is a glorified county council. The constitution, so-called of Trinidad and Tobago, still rules the rules there. Who wins Trinidad controls Tobago, and then the people of Tobago have to have some kind of percentage. Listen to me. But the political class in Tobago is extremely backward. I have to say it like it is. So I'm listening on this set here tonight. When we refer to Tobago, we say on the island. I am not on an island. Tobago is my country, and the people of Tobago are my nation. It's my nationality here. Nobody has a right to get into that story. And then when we refer to Trinidad, we said it on the national scene. Are we listening to ourselves here? We're calling Trinidad national. And we call ourselves on the island here.
Well, I mean,
like, messed up.
Like I said, Mr. James has his views, and you know, I heard a man say views are like noses, and everybody has one. And I think it is insulting, really. Let me be straight. I think it is insulting because I heard him say earlier, I made a reference to the divine and the divine's input in what is happening now. You have a group of people that are in the corridors of power now. These group of people, they have a blueprint that we want to reference to take Tobago to wherever Tobago should be. I mean, you'd rather like that, you'd rather appreciate that, you have your view. But I think it is improper, to say the least, because no one man, in fact, any one man who thinks that he knows it all is a dangerous man for that matter, right? And I fear that it has some individuals could have this God complex that nobody else can do what needs to be done, and I find that to be insulting a lot of times. And I think that there are a group of people, because the thing is, the leader and the people that are here now are where they are. You understand? You have a particular vocation. Mr. James has his vocation and whatever. And you cannot function outside of where you are or what you know. You understand? And this group of people are the group of people that the people of Tobago have elected now to move the island to the next place. And I don't get bogged down with the usage of terms. I mean, I know it is perhaps more significant to others than me. I think island, country term, those things are not important to me, right? But the point is that I think that the TPP has a particular mandate, that they have minds that they bring together because we want to move the island to a particular place, and that is what we're working with now.
But in reality, though, Pastor Baines, every entity has 4 years, right, to get into office and to prove their point, to show that the promises they deliver on those, right? You think autonomy could really be a focus of the TPP, seeing that the history has been so long for us to get here?
Well, my view is simply this, that we have come into the landscape of governance, and by experience we see that there are some deficiencies in terms of what we're trying to accomplish, even within this blueprint that we have. Therefore, the matter of autonomy has to be something that is a front burner issue for us to because you see, at the center of this thing is this Tobago, this greatest little island that we're talking about.
Right, good. We will actually have to ask you to just hold your thoughts now, because we're going to cross live now to the TPP's camp. We've been waiting for that moment to hear statements coming from them on the Esplanade tonight. I'm told that, of course, there's a lot of jubilation and excitement going on down there, and that conversation, we could, certainly have that conversation continued. Pastor Baines, because the team I need to hear from you to remind me, are you on? Are we going in? Yes? We're coming in now. Yes, we're crossing live.
One of my favorite scripture says that he who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. It is always to abide under the shadows of the Almighty. It is always a blessing to be born in front of every single thing we do. When we put born in front of every single thing we do, we need the kinds of success that we need today. And so much especially to the Unified World. This year has been important election in This year we celebrated 250 years of there being an institution today called the House of Assembly. Those people don't know that the oldest political institution in the country is actually the House of Assembly. But 45 years ago, with the brave work led by Mr. Robinson and Dr. Murray, we had a reform to the House Assembly. And today, we had our 13th democratically held election since 1980. Today was a historic day. This is the second time in the last 45 years that we have had a political party with more than 40 or more seats. This is the second time in around 45 years that a political party has more seats. But this is the first time in 45 years a political party This is a firm vindication. This is a firm vindication that the last 4 years, through which saw many ups and downs, many trials, not of our own doing. This is a vindication that truly, when you saw it says we need to enjoy. And today, people of together, today, we are people together today. This time today, all of people stand today. Penny, your pennies are powerless and together. Tonight, if there were any doubts about whether or not the political institution I lead have the right to lead, if there were any doubts about whether or not the people of Tobago are behind us, today the people of Tobago said we only want an indigenous Tobago political institution. I tried to listen, I tried to listen to the concession speech a while ago, which wasn't much of a concession speech, to be honest. But the now second time disposed of Tobago political leader from the care was questioning why give us another 4 years. Tobago said, why not give the TPP another 4 years?
The first seat to be declared was a seat where I heard a gentleman some time ago shouting at our supporters to stay out there. Well, he has to stay outside tonight because Natisha Charles Pantin will continue as the representative from Mason South Badminton. I wish to congratulate for Scarborough Mount Grace, Mr. Trevor Williamson. I wish to also congratulate this gentleman who is beating this said opponent for the second time consecutively. Mason Hall, North Mariah. We must also congratulate perhaps the gentleman in politics who has demonstrated the most growth in politics for Lambo Lowlands, Mr. Wayne. We go up the hill to Signal Hill, Patience Hill. He won previously by a handful of votes, and this time he has won by over 100 votes. Nigel Tate, Signal Hill, Patience Hill. We then move across to his neighboring electoral district of Bethel New Grange, and I want to especially thank the people of Bethel for going with a man who is not from Bethel, but married to Bethel, Mr. Darren Henry, Bethel New Grange. Neighboring to him, we have from Plymouth, Blackrock, Mr. Colin Barton Alexis. When we get to Bethesda, Lekoto, we learned that Tobagonians understand that big money can't buy seats. And if you spend all the money you want, you still get a licking in Bethesda, Lekoto, with Zorusha, Amina. In Bonaparte, Crown Point, we are in Bonaparte, Crown Point. Some big shoes left by Joel Nancy Sampson. And tonight, those shoes have been filled by Mr. Nikita Percy. One of the values of the Tobago People's Party is that we are always seeking to build a coalition of the competent and the willing. We have always opened our doors to Tobagonians, regardless of which political persuasion they held before. That's why Ms. Panting is here. That's why we have people from Tobago Forwards here. That's why we have people from TOP here. And tonight, our latest addition came across from the PNM to us some days before we closed our nomination. got to 14-1 and we started praying some more. Because there's an area that we wanted more than every other area. To my beautiful wife, who is by my side, who has been my strongest rock, my biggest support for all these years. When I got into politics in 2017, we were not married yet. We got engaged sometime thereafter. We got married some 2 days after being sworn in as Chief Secretary in 2021, and she's still solidly behind and at my side. And I want to thank her. And of course, my daughter is somewhere in the family. Thank you very much for the support and for the patience and for all of the long nights you allowed laboring for the people of Tobago. Tonight, however, while we celebrate winning all 15 seats, I want us to be clear that we must be gracious in victory. Our campaign said that Tobago is we. That means that the Tobago we represent includes those that did not vote for us. And I want to say that as long as I'm the leader of this team, we will ensure that all Tobagonians, all of Tobago, whether you are black, blue, red, white, or indifferent, that you are provided for by the Tobago House of Assembly. This means that even people like Big Dog, who some felt I made unsavory comments against, I want you to know, sir, that this Tobago House of Assembly will help to build your capacity and will help you to grow and develop into your truest potential, because we will be a Tobago House of Assembly for all of Tobago and not some of Tobago. On Thursday this week, in keeping with the Tobago House of Assembly Act number 40 of 1996, the President, barring no extenuating circumstances, should be on island to have sworn in all members of the Assembly, a Chief Secretary and a Deputy Chief Secretary, thereby beginning the Executive Council. Immediately thereafter, I will address the Tobago public on mechanisms that we will put We still very much believe that we can become the greatest little island on the planet. And that requires all hands on deck. There is sufficient work for everybody to do in building out this greatest little island on the planet. I cannot have the night pass without acknowledging a surprise endorsement that we received from the founder, the owner, the leader of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, who decided it would have been best to sit this election out and to give his endorsement and support to the Tobago People's Party. And so I must acknowledge and thank him for his support. The Tobago we will be building out will require as our first object of governance is getting our autonomy bills done. Tobago requires greater autonomy at this time, and that means that all people from all political parties, all villages must get involved in building out what that platform will look like. Tonight is not a night for long speeches, and so I want to again say thanks to all of you. Special thanks to members of the media. I know we get our friends from Trinidad at least once every 4 years, and we are happy to have you here. We are happy to engage with all of you. That includes you too, Akash. Know that Tobago love all of you. To our friends at the Newsday, unfortunately, I know this is your closing assignment, and I wish you all the best on your future endeavors. But we continue to cherish press freedom as an integral part of our democracy, notwithstanding the changing methods through which we communicate with the public. Tobago tonight is a night for celebration. And while I say we have plenty work for all of us to do, tonight we are allowing you to relax a bit. Don't fight up too much. We will do the work. My very good friend and brother from Trinidad, he flew up to Tobago and no cost us to celebrate with us. He was with us at the launch of our campaign right here. And young brother is here with us tonight. Artists that sang and performed, all of our campaign managers, the entire logistics team, our media and communication team, our canvassers, those who were involved in telecanvassing and calling, the team that led our data operations, our data center, our consultants, we thank you. We want to thank everybody who labored. And if by chance I forgot your team, please note it's not on purpose. We want to thank our drivers. We want to thank our maxi taxi drivers, our truck drivers, those who drove the trucks and the speaker cars. I want to take this opportunity because I'm seeing many of them here. There are some who served with us in our first 4 years that were not candidates in this election, who I think served us even more beautifully during this campaign. We have here tonight people like Mr. Niall George, people like Mr. Sonny Craig, people like Pastor Terrence Bates, people like Joel Samson, who moved on to there is still work for you to do, and I will be calling on you all to assist us and to work with the administration in areas where your talents exist. I want to acknowledge and thank for his efforts our Member of Parliament for Tobago East, Mr. David Joseph. The latest person or the last person to join us in the THA was Mrs. Petalan Roberts. And I want to thank Mrs. Petalan Roberts for her excellence always. I also see present here Mrs. Sertica Williams-Orr, who was a guiding mentor at the start of our first 4 years, and I thank you. I also want to acknowledge, I want to big up, I want us to say a loud thank you to Miss Tashia Grace Boris, that served as our Secretary for Tourism. We've never been for one of our Tobago Indigenous Carnival. Thank you for your service. And of course, all of our boards and committees that served over the past 4 years, we say thank you. Tonight, as we begin to organize the new government, I want to signal to the Chief Administrator and the administrators that we are coming. I want to signal to public officers who thought that this was a flukes and 4 years will pass and we'll be gone. Please know that we ain't gone nowhere. We're there right here. But we are here to work with you in building out Tobago. We're not at war. Tobago is we. Tobago is we. And that includes all of us. And so again, I want to say thank you to every single person that served this campaign, that served this government, that served in our districts. I want to thank, and I must say this, because when it was announced on the other side that somehow we got big money from somewhere to fund this campaign, what they did not know is that we were catching our tail and patching from small Tobago contributors. And I want to thank all of you Tobagonians who have contributed to this campaign. Those of you who we are still owing, we certainly will settle our debt to you. And thank you for your support. The past executive council, I thank you. The former presiding officer of the Tobago House of Assembly, Miss Abby Taylor.
Chief Secretary Farley Augustin.
Secretary-elect of the Tobago House of Assembly, Farley Chavez Augustin, addressing party supporters after a historic landslide victory of 15-0. Pastor Baines, Mr. James, your final words, please, before we leave tonight. Mr. James?
Knowledge is no longer esoterical. Knowledge is exoterial. And anybody who wants knowledge and understanding can dedicate themselves and reach that. I'm saying we are here. The reason why we're having elections and all of that is for a purpose. The reason why there's politics in Tobago is because there must be a purpose. It has to be shaped by an understanding of who we are. We can't have politics in bondage in Tobago and dress it up in all kind of language, autonomy, internal settlement. We have to understand what the objective is. The objective is to be free and to be sovereign. If that's not the objective, it means that the people of Tobago have found themselves lost in history and have fallen trying to prosecute a state of affairs where we are falling.
Pastor Baines?
Well, I mean, you know, if there is one thing that I could agree with Mr. James with, is that there is sovereign in this matter. I am a firm believer that the eternal God rules in the affairs of men, and the people that are in the corridor of power at this time would be those people that he has allowed, and he has allowed these people with certain competencies and so on, and there is a program that is afoot that we are trying to bring into the Tobago space to move the island to our next phase. I know it is a season of euphoria for those of us who support the TPP and all of that. But I will end by still saying that to whom much is given, much is also required.
And on that note, thank you so much, Pastor Baines. And we're going to take a quick break now and come back to close our show tonight.
Thank you, Dika.
Need furniture and appliances for your home at affordable prices? It's time to visit JG's Furniture and Appliances Limited at their showroom at Smith